We'll see if we can get an answer to the stupid question today. How many possible first moves are there in a game of chess? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Bobby. Hello there, Bobby.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks to you. All right, Bobby, how many possible moves are there in the first moves are there in the game of chess?
I'd be 20.
20 is correct. Yes, Bucks go. Nice. All right, Bobby, hang on. We're going to set you up with a family 4-pack of tickets for the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair, valid any weekend in September. You can get ready to live the excitement and adventure of jousting night, some royal delights with colorfully costumed villagers and merrymakers ready to make your visit an unforgettable experience. Tickets and info at PARenFair.com. By the way, they do human chess.
Yes.
At the PA Ren Fair.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I didn't see the answer, what all the moves are, but I did the math of what they, so there's 8 pawns.
Right.
You can move each pawn forward 1. That's an opening move. You could move each pawn forward 2. That's an opening move. So that's 16 moves.
Right.
And then the knights can jump.
Right.
And they can only move in 2 different spots from that opening move.
That
So there's your
gets you 4.
20 moves.
Yeah.
And you can go to the PA Renaissance Fair and see the chess happen live in front of
Spend the
you.
day with a knight.
Yes. All right. I like that. It's a good catchphrase. All right. So we'll go through the entertainment stories. Olivia Wilde dismissed the rumors that she and Florence Pugh are at odds while taking questions at the Venice Film Festival. Pew, pew. According to the Deadline, the director said Sunday that Florence is a force. We are so grateful that she is able to make it tonight to the premiere despite being in production. And she added, as for the endless tabloid gossip and noise out there, the internet feeds itself. I don't feel I need to contribute to it. It's sufficiently well-nourished. Rumors had persisted for months that Pugh resented the way that film shoots were handled after Wilde began dating Harry Styles. But she wasn't there to talk about
Have you
it.
seen the outfit she's been wearing to these, like, Venice?
Florence Pugh?
Yes.
No.
Like the sheer see-through stuff?
Well,
or-
yeah. Some very, I think she's kind of embracing the fashion side of things.
Yeah, she's a stunning woman. One of Army Hammer's alleged victims says that the 3-part docuseries House of Hammer is inappropriate. The woman, only known as Effie, whose rape allegations sparked an LAPD investigation into Hammer last March, told the LA Times it is extremely inappropriate of you to exploit such tragic, vulnerable time in many people's lives with no regard whatsoever for our healing process and privacy.
One of our big issues is that the person they talk to the most during this documentary is Michael Winslow.
Oh, no. He's just making all those sounds. We're talking about a very serious subject here. And he's going on and doing, sirens. And
It's just
the bleeps, the creeps, and the sweeps. This person, Effie, said the way that they've been exploiting my trauma is disgusting. When I keep screaming no and they keep going, saying that they don't need my permission, they remind me of Army. But House of Hammer premiered this past Friday on HBO Max.
Didn't get to see it yet.
Discovery Plus. No, I haven't seen any of it either. Sean Penn and Ben Stiller have been banned from Russia. Variety reports that the actors were among 25 high-ranking representatives of the business and expert communities, as well as cultural figures by the country's foreign ministry. The individuals on the list are accused of destroying bilateral ties and escalating confrontation between Russia and the United States. I wonder if Ben Stiller dressed as Zoolander, if he would be able to get in.
I think he could.
To the country.
Yeah, they
Just
would
acted like
recognize him. And then if Penn went as Spicoli.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
They can still get in and out. They're actors. Penn traveled to Ukraine earlier this year while filming a documentary about the conflict with Russia for Vice, and Stiller visited Ukrainian refugees in Poland in June before traveling to Kiev as part of his work representing the UN Refugee Agency. But they are not allowed in the country anymore. So this is a weird thing. And Tiffany Haddish has addressed this child sex abuse lawsuit filed against her and fellow comedian Ari Spears, saying in a social media statement on Monday that the incident involving the two minors was over a comedy sketch that, quote, wasn't funny at all. She said, I know people have a bunch of questions. I get it. I'm right there with you. Unfortunately, because there is an ongoing legal case, there's very little that I can say right now. But clearly, while this sketch was intended to be comedic, she said it wasn't funny at all, and I deeply regret having agreed to act in it. I really look forward to being able to share a lot more about this situation as soon as I can. With Haddish's statement, the actress positioned herself as hired talent on the videos and not their creator. So the Jane Doe plaintiff said on Monday, "We are not swayed by Tiffany's meager attempt at shifting responsibility solely to Aries Spears. Tiffany did not apologize for the harm she caused to my brother and me. Tiffany did not acknowledge the fact that she intentionally lied to our mother by telling her that my brother would be filming a Nickelodeon sizzle reel when in fact her real intention was to isolate him and molest him with Aries Spears." The lawsuit filed by a now 22-year-old Jane Doe alleges that Haddish and Spears coerced the then 14-year-old girl and her 7-year-old brother to appear in sexually explicit comedy skits that left them with severe emotional damage. The plaintiff claimed that the comedians groomed both minors and compelled them to participate in separate sexually suggestive video shoots without a parent or guardian present in 2013 and 2014. One of the videos, titled "Through a Pedophile's Eyes," was uploaded to Funny or Die, which confirmed the video was shared on its platform before it was later deleted. In fact, Funny or Die released a statement saying, "Funny or Die found this video absolutely disgusting and would never produce such content. We were not involved with the conceptualization, development, funding, or production of this video. It was uploaded to the site as user-generated content and was removed in 2018 immediately after becoming aware of its existence." So Jane Doe previously said in an email to Rolling Stone, "The evidence is out there for the world to see. There's no denying that my brother was molested by Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears in 2014. Haddish's lawyer, though, said in a statement that the plaintiff's mother has been trying to assert these bogus claims against Ms. Haddish for several years. Every attorney who was initially taken on her case, and there were several, ultimately dropped the matter once it became clear that the claims were meritless and Ms. Haddish would not be shaken down."
This is a maelstrom of crap, you know.
I don't know what all is involved here.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see and find out what that's all about. But it's pretty serious stuff, so we'll see where that goes. A very personal Twitter post by Perrette on Saturday revealed that last year has been a tough one for the former NCIS actress. Pratt, who played Abby on NCIS for 15 years before quitting in 2018, detailed her struggle. Most surprisingly, it was the fact that she had major health problems. And she shared footage of herself alongside the post where she said, "Oh my God, it's September 2nd. It's the 1-year anniversary since I had a stroke, and I'm still here." So apparently she had a pretty significant
She's
one.
had a couple of things that have gone on in her life. You remember, like trauma and
She was attacked.
She was attacked by a homeless guy.
Exactly. She said, "Yes, I'm still here again. Like, how many times do I cheat death?" She claimed she almost died from a hair dye allergy, and she has this really bad food allergy. She was a victim of a rape or an attempted rape. And yeah, she was attacked by a homeless person. And yeah, she's had a really, really, really tough time.
Wasn't the claim she left the show because Mark Harmon had his dog on the set?
Yeah,
and
was
aggressive towards her?
threatening people. Yeah.
I don't know.
Fans responded with an outpouring of sympathy. Following her NCIS departure, Perrette starred in the NBC sitcom Broke. That lasted for one season. She said in 2020 she was officially retired from acting. So that sucks, man. But hopefully she's on the mend and things are looking better for her. Adriana Lima has welcomed her third child with boyfriend Andre Lemmers. The Victoria's Secret model shared the story behind the new edition's name, which is Cyan. And it was on Instagram on Monday. She wrote, "Cyan is the color between green and blue on the visible spectrum of light."
Of course it is.
Or cyan, is it?
It's
right.
I think the middle
it's
name
also
is
a car.
No, the middle name is like along Kong Kong or something like that.
Kong Kong.
Yeah.
She says, "Cyan is the color of the waters of Bora Bora and the Maldives. Places in our family's bucket list. And cyan now is our favorite color, the color of our baby boy's eyes."
What's the color of Shut the F Up?
Welcome to our world, Cyan Lima Lemmers.
Cyan Lehman Lemmers.
Yeah, Cyan Lima Lemmers. That is an interesting pentameter to it.
Yeah,
Cyan Lima Lemmers.
Cyan
Cyanalog Concon.
Yeah.
That's how you respond. That's how you answer to Sayadalong Kong Kong. The response is Cyan Lima Lemmers.
From the house of Nell, Cylon Kong Kong. A new fragrance. Kind of smells like squirrel.
Cyan Lima Lemmers.
Well, it's a picture of a pretty
Cyan Lima
baby
Lemmers.
eye.
It is a beautiful color, but Preston, read the first line in her post again.
Cyan is the color between green and blue on the visible spectrum
All
of
right.
light.
Now do me a favor and read this first line on the Wikipedia entrance for cyan.
Cyan is the color between green and blue on the visible spectrum of light.
She copied and pasted
Damn it.
from Wikipedia for this birth announcement.
I wonder how her other child, Wikipedia, was going to feel about it. She clearly is a fan.
And she should have followed it up with the next line, which is, it is evoked by light with a predominant wavelength between 490 and 520 nanometers.
Her next child could be nanometers.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's another child brought into the world. Peter Facinelli and Lillian Harrison have welcomed their first child together. The Twilight Star shared a black and white photo of their baby's hand on Monday.
I believe he was the Cullen patriarch, Preston, if you're keeping track.
And the caption was, Happy Labor Day, Lillian Harrison.
Lily.
The 48-year-old actor already has 3 children with ex-wife Jenny Garth. I know you're wondering what Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez have been up to.
Absolutely.
What they did over the Labor Day weekend.
Now that they're newly married.
They went to the Malibu chili cook-off.
By the way, this is a big celebrity thing. I saw Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson would as well. A lot of people were at the this big chili.
On a chili dog.
Okay, now
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
were these celebrities?
Sucking on a
Stop.
chili dog.
Okay.
Were these celebrities weren't making chili, were they?
No, I tell you one thing though, and I don't know if this is part of the thing, if it's kind of like a dinner on Blanc vibe, but they were all that I saw. They were all wearing white. Now, is that ironic that you're going to a chili?
It's a messy thing to eat.
Right. Is that part of the deal? But it's a big Hollywood thing. Nick, you see you doing some research on it. So they were both dressed as white. Rita the Tub were dressed in white as well.
I guess chili in a bowl is not tough, but a chili dog is pretty damn messy.
Yeah, it is.
Like you can
Suck it out a chili dog.
Yeah, you can make them.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog.
He's wearing his chili dog hat today.
I am.
Yeah.
So wait, but this isn't a chili. This is a chili cook-off.
Chili cook-off.
It is a
the-
charity event.
Right. The Mickey Gilly, what the dilly, Philly
Chili
Champa chili.
chili.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've tried to get this going for the longest time, but the chili cook-offs come and go.
They do.
They do. They're like, it's that on the light spectrum, they fall somewhere between green and blue.
What was it?
Visible light.
Chili cook-offs come and go.
Is it what the dilly? Wait, what was the full title
I
of our
don't
chili
remember,
cook?
dude. That was 25 years ago.
Trying to
we
wrap
did
my
that.
mind around Michael Winslow lying to us.
So the couple who recently returned from their second honeymoon were accompanied by twins Max and Emmy, I think it is. TMZ reports that both stars tried their hands at a basketball game, but they failed to score.
It's exciting.
And,
Tell me, are you going to go for the layup? You will.
I just don't see them at what I, in my mind, see as a chili cook-off.
Right.
You want big kettles of chili.
Yeah.
Right?
Totally.
Not
Absolutely.
pristine white
Not
linen shirts.
Don't make it one of those things.
Like
you
a
know.
thing, a Hollywood thing.
Yeah, but maybe they did that. All right. All right. Spencer Pratt.
Legend.
Yeah, who's on the hills, right?
Yes.
I never saw any of that. show.
Genius.
I don't know anything about it, but he does have an interesting story to tell. Whether it's true or not, I don't know.
It's a part of this TikTok thing, right?
He explained himself after describing Lisa Kudrow as one of the worst humans he's ever met.
What?
So he made the claim, he made the claim about the Friends star in response to a fan who asked him to name the rudest celebrity he's ever met. And he said, oh, that's easy, Phoebe from Friends.
Oh, my God.
He said, hands down, one of the worst humans I've ever come into contact with by far.
So this is a framing thing on TikTok. They ask people to identify the worst humans they've ever met.
And in response to Pratt's comment, many of his followers asked him to reveal his reasoning, especially considering that Kudrow is beloved by many. He said that he would think about telling the story if the clip was viewed 1 million times. And he has now elaborated upon his comment, stating, the year was 2009, and Heidi Montag, his wife, and I were invited to our first elite A-list party. And it was clear when we got there, no one wanted us there. He said it was almost like we were filming for Punk'd, and a camera was going to pop up, but Heidi and I didn't care as there was delicious food and an open bar. And he said, as we were sitting there consuming a little caviar, Phoebe, Lisa, approaches, which was a little shocking as no one had spoken to us at all at the party. And he alleged that Kudrow proceeded to tell his wife right in front of me, he said, that she needs to get away from me as fast as possible because I'm going to murder her.
What?
Yeah.
It's an interesting opening line.
He claims that Kudrow then told him that he had the eyes of a serial killer. And then he said, Heidi wants to see if this is a joke. Maybe this is a bit, a skit. Maybe it's a hidden camera party and why we were invited to this elite party, but no laughs. And she just walks away. And that right there was the rudest moment I've ever encountered with a human being. Yeah. Earlier this year, JoJo Siwa called Full House star Candace Cameron Bure the rudest celebrity I've ever met.
Wow.
So, yeah, some surprising ones.
And Bethany Frankel apparently backed up the Lisa Kudrow, saying
no way.
that she was rude during an interview. But everyone's giving, well, she gave a little bit of latitude, but not Spencer Pratt.
Yeah.
He's a legend. You don't do that to him.
Well, I don't know, but if you had an encounter like that, that's just, that ain't cool.
No, man.
Yeah, like unprompted.
Yeah.
You know, like, what the hell did I do to you?
I don't know. Fast and Furious actress Jordana Brewster has married businessman Mason Morfitt, her beau of about 2 years, and they got married in Redondo Beach, California. Vin Diesel, Ludacris, and the late Paul Walker's daughter, Meadow Walker, were among the guests.
It's about family.
It definitely was about family, because now they are family, I guess.
I love Redondo.
What?
Redondo, that's very
You love Redondo.
Redondo.
You love going
Diesel
there?
does Redondo.
Diesel does it. That could be a movie. Diesel does Redondo.
Writes itself.
It does.
You know who looks fabulous is Paul Walker's daughter, who's grown up and is an adult now and was there and all smiles and with family.
Has anybody ever seen the parody that they did on Fast and Furious? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of them. I did one with Jorge Garcia.
Yep.
No, but this one, I mean, is it directly? I can't remember the name of it, but somebody had posted it on Twitter going, like, what the F is this? And at first, and it was just a screen capture of the Netflix, picture of it. And I was like, at first I thought it was like a legit, they're ripping off the movie.
Right.
And it was not. It's a comedy. And
I haven't seen it.
It's a parody, okay.
It's a parody, and the top two characters' names are Paul and Vin.
Oh,
so,
all right.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure if you'd seen that.
No, I have not.
By the way, Brewster, who is 42, wore a form-fitting white dress with a lace-embroidered bodice, while Morfitt wore a dark-colored tuxedo.
I want to welcome everyone to Redondo.
You and Redondo.
It's just fun to say.
Yeah. Brewster.
To be here in Redondo with my family.
You should name one of your kids Redondo.
Redondo.
Redondo Diesel.
Yeah, let me check a Wikipedia, see where it falls on the color spectrum.
Right behind Cyan.
Cyan Redondo. Want to thank Nell for playing the organ.
No, wait. Nell's going to be playing the organ?
Yeah, she doesn't use her hands, so she just pounds her face on the keyboard.
Oh, my God. Brewster and Morfitt jumped into the iconic blue Acura Integra that her character drives in the film franchise.
We had her in the
after
studio.
they exchanged wedding vows. Yeah.
Remember that they were pushing the Dallas series,
Yeah.
which didn't go the distance, the reboot, but it was great having her in here.
Yeah, I always thought she was just an incredibly beautiful woman.
She's super nice, and the first time I remember seeing her was The Faculty. She
Yeah.
was a bitchy girl in The Faculty.
Yeah, that's right. So Ludacris posted a photo on Instagram of him and Diesel with Walker dressed up for the happy occasion.
One big happy family, Redondo.
Vin doesn't look as jacked as he usually is. I wonder if he's not using filming steroids at this point.
He wrote, Ludacris wrote, my brother Paul Walker is smiling down from heaven about his daughter, Meadow Walker. He said, as everything in the world created her, everything the world created her to be, legacy lives on.
It's good that they do that, though, that they maintain this familial.
You know, we've had all three of those people except for Vin in studio. We had Ludacris in, we had Jordana Brewster, and obviously before he passed, we had Paul Walker in.
Yes, we did. And he was a great guy.
He was so nice.
Super nice.
By the way, Brewster was previously married to Andrew Form from 2007 until 2021. They have two sons, Julian, who is 8, and Rowan, who is 6. Director Darren Aronofsky's The Whale recently premiered and received a long standing ovation. Present at the screening was the star, Brendan Fraser, who was moved by the applause and brought to tears.
It was wild. Did you watch the footage?
I did.
It was pretty wild. I mean, he was definitely emotionally hit, and he deserves it.
What's wild is there are no trailers for this movie available.
Casey, I spent so much time.
Yeah.
I've seen stills because he wears this prosthesis where
It's
he's
actually
this,
digital prosthesis.
Okay, is that okay?
Yeah.
So it's morbidly obese guy.
Yeah, so I'll explain a little bit of the plot here. The moment saw Fraser attempt to leave the theater following the screening, but the crowd's applause made him stay, and it lasted a full 6 minutes. The Whale sees Fraser play Charlie, an English teacher, confined to a wheelchair due to severe obesity, who abandoned his family for his gay lover. The film follows his experience as he attempts to reconnect with his 17-year-old daughter, Ellie, who is played by Stranger Things star Sadie Sink.
Yeah, she's great.
To see her getting a role in a film like this. Critics generally provided positive reviews for the Aronofsky film, with particular praise going to Fraser for the performance. The Whale marks Fraser's return to the big screen in a major role since 2008's The Mummy: Tomb of the Dragon Emperor.
My wife has always had a massive crush. In fact, she came in when we had Brendan Fraser in the studio. He's gone through some bad movies, but if you look back, the guy's super talented, very good dramatic actor, and in that Bedazzled remake, he was great. Very funny.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was also set to appear in DC's Batgirl and had filmed scenes for what many believe to be the antagonist Firefly. However, following the Warner Brothers Discovery merger, that project, of course, was scrapped. We've talked about that. According to reports, Fraser's career saw a decline in the last decade after alleging Philip Burke, former president of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, had sexually assaulted him in 2003.
I remember this.
And the actor previously speculated he may have been blacklisted from Hollywood because of this. And this was followed by the death of Fraser's mother, which sent him into a depression. So he's had a tough go of it.
Yeah, I'd love to see him come back.
The Whale is set for to premiere in theaters in North America on December 9th, by the way. Let's see, Nathan Lane, Laurie Metcalf, and Chadwick Boseman are all winners following the Creative Arts Emmys this weekend. Metcalf and Lane took home Guest Actor Awards for their work on Hacks and Only Murders in the Building, respectively, while Boseman received a posthumous award for Outstanding Character Voiceover Performance, and that was for Marvel Studios' What If?
Oh, yeah. Have you watched those?
I watched a couple of them.
Yeah, they're good.
They were good. I didn't dive deep into it or anything, but they were good, yeah.
Laurie Metcalf, I didn't realize this, Preston. I mentioned Uncle Buck to you last week. They were doing the John Hughes thing. Laurie Metcalf is sort of the
neighbor.
The neighbor, the sexy
she's
neighbor.
Funny.
Yeah, she's very funny.
Really, really funny in that. And then finally, video of one of Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible stunts leaked online on Sunday.
It's insane.
Yep, the clip, which is a PSA Cruise filmed for CinemaCon earlier this year, shows the actor standing on a biplane that is airborne, like they're way up there, holding on to nothing but a rig and talking into the camera. He says he is filming the latest entry of the MI series, Dead Reckoning Part 2, and he's doing this dialogue to the camera, and then all of a sudden, hey, we got to get back to work, Tom, action, and they go, and it just dives down with him standing up in the cockpit. Yeah. It's nuts. I mean, he's obviously secured in there, but it takes balls to do that. So,
he talk about a career high, and he was actually initially not enamored of the Top Gun sequel concept until the guy, the director and the scriptwriter, had like a 20-minute pitch session with him. But look at look at how I think the movie just surpassed Black Panther, right, in the top 10.
Oh, I don't know. I guess so. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's done very well, and it's coming out soon, right? On home.
Yeah. Yes.
Digital, yeah.
Absolutely.
because I did not see it, and I want to see it very badly. So, all right, we are ready for the clips. So let's do them.
Oh my God, I hate when I do that. Excuse me, pardon me.
Okay,
Thanks, select.
take 3.
6, 15. There we go.
All that stuff Casey just said are the buttons he has to push in order to get to the Tiffany roll. All right, so The End of Nye was produced with the goal of influencing viewers while entertaining them with a positive spin and hope to change the world. And here, Bill Nye sets up each series. Here we go.
Some disclosure, as you may know, I get killed at the end of the first half of every show. Yes, killed. But then with television, I come back and we have this optimistic view of the future and we convey it.
The End of Nye is streaming now on Peacock. And here's the next clip. In Clerks 3, the whole gang is enlisted by Randall to make a movie about the convenience store. In this clip, Jason Mewes talks about going back to the place where it all started.
When we went back after all these years, when I went in the cooler, because I used to work there with Kevin on Sundays, and the smell from, when I was 17 and now I'm 48, it literally brought back like this memory sensory. And I remember pulling these guys aside and being like, dude, I just had the weirdest like rush to my brain and like feeling from like, and it brought me back because the cooler sounds and smells the same from like literally 30 years ago.
Clerks 3 opens September 13th. The tour is coming to the Keswick tomorrow night, and guess what? Got tickets for this.
Yeah.
Yep, and Kevin Smith is going to be there. He's doing a post-show Q&A tomorrow night at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. The show is sold out, but if you're caller number 19, give you a pair of tickets to it. 215-263 WMMR. You will see our buddy Kevin Smith there tomorrow night to see the movie, the Q&A, and Froggy is featured. Our awesome band, Froggy, is going to be featured with 7-Eleven nachos in the movie somewhere. We haven't found out exactly where that's taking place yet, but I'm excited for them. All right, so we'll get caller number 19. Give you those tickets, and all will be right in the world. So call now. All right, we have a lot going on. We have Stephen Wright on the program. Bruce Valanche is in with actress Trisha Paoluccio, and Harvey Levin will be on the program. We have a big announcement for Casey's Big Adventure, and we have the Back to School A to Z all happening as well. So when we come back, some badass instrumental guitar for you in the A to Z. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Happy Days.
Monday to
Yeah, the track follows Blame It On My Youth and Generational Divide is the third offering from the trio's new LP, which is tentatively titled Bajmir. Somebody wrote, they texted this, and it says their album is Rim Job Backwards. I thought that was the name of Rim Job Backwards was the name of the album. No, Bajmir is Rim Job spelled backwards.
Oh, what? There we go. Thank you.
Wow,
We would not have known that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Bajmir. Or you can name an album Rim Job Backwards.
Would it sound that way if you took?
I doubt it.
Reversed it. I don't think it would.
Yeah, let's all say
try it?
We could.
Yes.
So just say clearly, say rim job.
Can you record it and play backwards or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim Job.
All right.
Okay, so Casey will record that.
All right.
And we'll see what that sounds like. All right, okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim Job.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir. There's a little in there, but Bajmir. Now let me say that forward.
And see if it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, ready?
And yep.
Bajmir.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. See if it comes back as
Try that. Go here and.
Rim Job.
We're scientists.
Rim Job. Do it again. Hold
Do
on.
it again. You can even do it better.
Rim Job. Rim Job.
We are ready to transmit.
Bajmir. Him job.
The aliens are about to transmit a message. Rim job.
Play it again, Casey. Rim job.
Wow.
You really got that in there.
I love our
And now the envoy from Neptune is about to speak.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
It's so
It's like
good.
you've just met in the jungle. Rim job.
Rim job.
You.
That's my favorite one.
It's a greeting.
job.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
Green job. You right, green job.
Rim.
Green job.
Rim.
Why did that?
I don't know why it's stopping.
Me? Neither.
Rim job.
Rouge, you tongue to cream butthole.
At the end, I go, rim job.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's definitely
Rim
enough
job.
That's the natural gagging.
Rim job. Job. Someone wants to point out that we've won awards.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I know.
True.
That
Yeah.
doesn't mean they can't rescind them.
Yeah.
What?
Do you get the spicy chicken at the Chick-fil-A, or do you just get the regular chicken?
I have gotten the spicy before.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like there,
Oh, dear God. I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
Are you coming out right now?
I'm coming out.
I mean, Pride Month ended
Mom,
yesterday.
can we
did it end
talk?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
June.
June.
All right, anyway,
Okay,
I was
what-
just joking.
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
spicy chicken guy. Oh, no.
But I just wanted to let this be known that Wendy's has,
Well, I'll always love you.
has the spicy chicken nuggets are back. So
That was, yes, I
yeah.
did see that announcement they made. So you wanted to get the word out?
I just want to get the word out. Want to
All
let
right.
people know it's usually like $6 for $1.
Yeah.
I heard.
This morning on the Preston and Steve show, Casey Boy reveals something concerning fast food and an extended offer. We go now to Jim Iglesiewski outside of the Pentagon. Jim, did Casey in fact confirm there was an extended offer?
That's correct, Tom.
Thank you, Jim.
That's all you had to say. Yes, that's correct. It's confirmed.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like
Just a spicy chicken guy. Spicy chicken guy. Oh no! Dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
I just want to get the word out. Want to let
right.
people know.
Okay, so I want to talk about the movies that are opening this weekend. Where'd Casey go?
Do you think he had to make a boom boom?
I'm not really sure. There's a lot of things that are off about him today, so I don't
Is it
really
even
know.
Casey?
It might not be Casey. Did we check?
Maybe it's
No,
the hair.
we usually take a urine specimen every morning.
So we usually have a little song that we play. Marissa, I don't know if you can find that or not. It's the 20th Century Fox with the recorder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under. I don't know what it's even labeled under.
I'll admit this. I'm a little scared.
We have kazoos.
You could do that, Kath.
You're a master of it, Kathy. Play it. Play it for us.
I got mine, Kath.
All right, I have my A.
You know how it goes?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you the root.
Okay,
Hold it
ready?
for- Wait,
Dun,
hum it
dun,
for
dun,
me.
dun,
Yeah, yeah,
dun, dun, dun,
okay.
Ray, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
You were way better than me.
Thank you. I went for it.
That was sensational.
little lightheaded.
You know what I realized?
You have a
recorder.
I have a
recorder.
recorder right here.
You want to do it again?
You okay?
I'm better.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't feel good, guys.
Right over here is Jason Kelce. How you doing so far? You enjoying the off season?
Yeah, it's good. You know, we just started up again about 2 weeks ago. This week was the first week on the field with the coaches. So, you know, we're kind of back at it.
Kind of seems like there's really not any sort of real off season these days. The way the nature of the beast is that you just keep at it.
Yeah, especially when you're playing playoff games and stuff like
Yeah.
that. It shortens down. You know, we're probably 7 months out of the year working, but you know, that's.
I mean,
pretty intensive work for 7 months. But
Jason, is it a case of, I mean, and is it sort of better that way because you gotta do more getting up to speed?
Yeah.
If you take too much time off, and if you kind of sort of keep at it, you're always just a tick off, fighting weight, basically?
Yeah, I think most guys lift year-round pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll take a few weeks off here or there, go on vacation, whatnot, but most guys are always staying in shape. This time of the year is especially important for all the new free agents that we got in, all the guys that are trying to learn the terminology, the new playbooks.
Well, your brother's like one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yeah.
He does a great commercial, by the way.
He's tackling an eagle in that commercial, or have we talked about this yet?
He's dancing in the commercials,
Okay.
the commercial that I'm talking about, where he's sort of fantasizing and he's doing like an end zone dance, and then you realize that he's like standing in the middle of a store or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, because you guys are both at the top of your games and the top of your positions, who's the actual better athlete?
Oh, Travis is not even close.
Oh, really?
Not even close. You got to call him as you see him. Yeah. Honestly, he's living it out in fantasy, and you're doing it.
Yeah. No, he's a special athlete, and he always has been. Even no matter what it was, basketball, baseball. He's just had a knack for sports. I think that I've always been big, fast, and strong, but the type of athlete he is, how fluid he is, the way he moves, his ability to change direction and things like that, and spatial awareness. He's a tremendous athlete.
Jason, you and Nick share something in common. You guys have both climbed Mount Kilimanjaro.
You climbed Mount Kili?
I did. Yeah, I did it for charity as well. The organization you guys did it with was Chris Long and Bo Allen. The Water Boys is a fantastic organization. And, when I did it, I thought I never want to do it again. Because
same here.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But now it's been several years, and I want to do it again. And part of the reason why I want to do it again is because of the work you guys have done for such a great organization. And I love philanthropic climbs at all. And to do it and make it that challenging is really impressive. Tell me your impressions of the climb itself.
Same as you.
Yeah.
The moment I started going up that last night, about halfway through, I was like, "What in the hell am I doing?"
Yeah.
You're in the pitch black. You're going. What route did you go up?
We did Umbwe.
Umbwe.
Yeah.
We did Rongai, which is the only one from like the north side.
Yes.
It's the shortest, but I think
Is it steeper?
I think it's at the top. It's a little bit steeper.
Because everyone says it's like Nick was saying that basically as climbs go, it's a gradual. But there was one route that at the end, that's probably what you did, that it becomes a lot steeper.
The summit is the hardest part of the climb.
Exactly.
And you're already tapped out because you've done a climb for several days in a row, and then it becomes the steepest part at the highest elevation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't know if it's any steeper, I shouldn't say that, but you do have to, once you get to the top, you don't go right to the peak, so you have to like walk around to the other side of the peak, which is a little bit more of like another 2 hours once you're already at the top, which is kind of like, well, why in the heck am I?
Are you walking?
I should already be here.
Is that so you summit like at daybreak?
So you get up at midnight the night before. That's what we did on this route. You have a headlamp on. It's the blackest of black you've ever seen. I mean, there's not a light
on a mountain.
Yeah, and you just start making your ascent. And at this point, it's a little bit too steep for guys like me to go straight up. I mean, the porters and guys who do this, I mean, it's nothing to them. They're walking up and down like it's just another day of work.
Bastards.
But, for us, we go kind of sideways in these skip backs, and it took us 7.5 hours to get to Gilman's Point, which was the top of the Rongai route, and then we had to walk another 2.5 hours to the peak. So I got to the peak around 10 a.m.
Who else climbed with you guys?
So it was me, Chris, Bo, and Haloti Nada were the 4 guys that have played with the Eagles.
And Haloti?
They said Haloti and Bo were the 2 heaviest guys that they've ever seen climb the mountain.
And he announced his retirement from at the peak, at the summit.
After the climb, the mountain is now 16,000 feet.
As we're sitting here talking to you, the texts are coming in, and I wanted to find out what you hear most. Do you hear hungry dogs? What is it? Hungry dogs run faster?
Yeah.
Okay. Or if I don't eat breakfast, I'm pissed off.
Yep.
Or from that speech, there were several highlights. Do people just yell those out to you sometimes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one do you hear most?
I was actually surprised. Nobody this morning asked if I ate breakfast. And
You've heard it enough,
yeah,
man.
Oh, thank you. I probably hear hungry dogs. I probably hear hungry dogs run faster than those. And that's not just from. I mean, that's still a mantra of Jeff Stoutland. I mean, he was just grilling some of the younger guys with it today, and or not today, but yesterday about, we got some rookies coming in here. We got some new free agent signings. You want to talk about, hungry dogs, and he's trying to motivate people with it. I mean, it's something that, was such a big part, I think, with the team and the city, and it kind of all correlated together that I probably hear that one the most.
That's Jason Kelce.
Yeah!
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field, down a dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
Your fingers?
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital
I'm
assistants.
sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
Okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking, or music to listen to real quick, or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all, and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for the when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio,
what I would use it for.
playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah, Lauer.
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauer.
Yeah, because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes?
Over the weekend, we have these great musical moments that we're going through with the Back to School A to Z. There was a very special musical day that took place on Saturday at Wembley Stadium in England, and it was the Taylor Hawkins tribute. I haven't seen any of it. I've seen tiny little clips.
I've seen a decent chunk. Massively impressive. 90,000 people. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And I almost was going to go to this, but some plans fell through. We had kicked around the idea and was like, "Can we make this happen? Might be able to do this," but it ended up not coming together. But
I'm sorry you couldn't go.
Yeah, it would have been pretty amazing.
I mean,
man.
Paul McCartney on the bill, and
oh my God,
Rush, and like just the historic nature of it. I wish you could have made it, because I'm sure you would have enjoyed every second of it.
But you know what? We'll be able to really dive into it when it's all packaged together,
chopped up,
and they have put this in a nice slick package and everything. But nonetheless, it was over the weekend. As Nick said, there were a lot of guest performers that were there, like Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson of Rush, Brian May and Roger Taylor from Queen, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Liam Gallagher from Oasis, Travis Barker was there, Paul McCartney ended up becoming a surprise guest, I guess, and even Joe Walsh, the James Gang, got together and played.
It's pretty spectacular. It says a lot about, I guess, how they perceive Taylor, Hawkins, and just the band in general, what they've done for rock. And I guess they were sort of returning the favor.
By the way, it was like about almost 6 hours long.
6 hours.
Yeah. How crazy is that?
Wow, that's a long time.
Hold on, Marissa, the biggest Taylor Hawkins fan here.
I did watch it. I started streaming it right around noon on Saturday, and throughout the day I was in the car, so I was just streaming YouTube and had it plugged in through my phone, and I was out to brunch and had an iPad to watch it, because it was really special. Steve, you almost perfectly nailed it in that it was Taylor's favorite bands.
Right.
So it wasn't just like these people getting together to celebrate him. It was his favorite bands, and Dave went and got all of them and were like, "Will you do this for our friend?"
That says a lot.
But yeah, so when Paul McCartney came out, it was towards the end. It was during the Foo Fighters set. So there was all of these sets. It started with Noel Gallagher. Dave Chappelle told this great story, and then it was like, band after band after band. The Pretenders came out. Did the Pretenders ever play Wembley?
I would have to imagine at some point. Yeah,
that was one thing that kept popping out in my mind with this sold out
Live
Wembley
Aid
crowd. How many of those bands played?
Yeah,
and so at the very end of it was like a 90-minute Foo Fighters set, and that's when Dave was like, we decided to ask a friend to come out, and boom, there was Paul McCartney.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, let's go through some clips that we have. Here is Dave welcoming the audience to the event.
Our dear friend, our bandmate, our brother, Taylor Hawkins. A gigantic night for a gigantic person.
He's saying frickin'.
There was a lot of F-bombs.
Oh,
The
yeah.
entire-
Dave always.
entire thing, yeah.
Mainly coming from him?
Him, Dave Chappelle, everybody.
Right.
Flying.
Yeah. Dave's like Casey with the F-bombs. It's just part of the vocabulary, that comes out.
Do you know
all the
who's
time.
surprising the most? Celine Dion.
Wow.
Yeah, I could not believe it.
F-bombs
Yeah,
left and
F-bombs
right.
are crazy. Mother F-bombs.
Well, Steve Kesha did come out and play.
Oh, well,
Yeah, she did. Yeah, I
She
read
did.
that.
Yeah.
So there were some interesting collabs
Yeah.
that took place, and some ones like that I didn't expect. And I think like The Darkness and
So they were on Preston, Hot for Teacher, which Wolfgang Van Halen played guitar on, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so let's see. We have some other ones. This is when they welcomed. Wait, is that towards the end when Shane Hawkins came out?
That was practically
The last
almost
song.
the end, yeah.
Yeah, it was the last song. So we'll hang on to that for a second.
Okay.
Here, this is the Dave Chappelle story that Marissa really likes. Here we go.
I went backstage and hung out with the Foo Fighters. And I met a kid who must have been 12 or 13 years old. And I asked him, because he had skate shoes on, if he skated. And he said, I don't skateboard because I don't want to hurt my arms. The kid said, I want to be a drummer, like my father.
Yeah, and he goes on to tell this story about how they went to go see a jazz group performing, a musician that Chappelle really likes. And Taylor was there, and he was with his son. And his son had said something like, my dad can't play that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And Taylor goes, Taylor goes, well, that's because these are real musicians. So he had a respect for the higher level of musicianship. And even though he was obviously a success, he was going to do great for the rest of his life, but he Like a lot of great musicians know where the technical ability lies in other musicians, and is free to talk about that type of thing.
Marissa, I was able to watch some of it, but not all. And I did see Nandi Bushell come out and play drums. I don't know how many songs she did, but it was really cool to see her wailing on the drums behind Dave, and like it was just neat because she was just sort of a YouTube sensation, and now she's playing with Foo Fighters at Wembley.
And so she's not the only YouTube sensation. So she played one song, and then who's the guy that sings with the long blonde hair? They came out and sang with Queen.
Are you talking about the dude with the long blonde hair and the beard?
Yes.
I love that guy.
Yes.
Sam something? No, that's Sam Tompkins. There's a guy that I follow. That's got to be him. Like one of the best voices I've ever heard.
So the guys from Queen actually asked the Foo Fighter guys if he should come out and sing "Someone to Love," which was Taylor's like cover song that he would sing in every show, and he came out and sang it, and it was phenomenal.
Sam Ryder, is that it?
It is Sam. Okay, Sam Ryder. Yeah.
And he's just a YouTube dude?
Yeah, I've actually shown you his videos. It's not in necessarily your wheelhouse, but he is just he's got a really big mouth. Like when he sings, like
he's got an enormous mouth.
He's got a huge mouth, but like his voice is kind of like just, you know how like Steve, you and I have talked about this, like just the perfect sounding voice like James Taylor's got.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like his tone is like,
does he have a Fairuza Balk type mouth or
yeah, it's gigantic and when he really hits these notes, and I mean he hits these really, really high notes, and when he's singing and you know that the note is coming, you're like, okay, what's he going to do here? Because there's no way he's going to be able to hit it, and then he hits it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he had come out. We also have. Let me run down some of the playlist here for you because it was pretty interesting. So Wolfgang got up and not only played "Hot for Teacher," but they also did "On Fire," which is an awesome Van Halen song. Them Crooked Vultures did a cover of "Goodbye Yellow Brick Road," Elton John.
Yeah,
that was a big deal because they haven't been together in 10 years.
The Crooked Vultures haven't? Yeah. And they played a few songs together. I'm not going to go through everything that happened. So the Pretenders with Dave played Brass and Pocket. They played more songs than that, but I'm just highlighting one or two. The James Gang did Walk Away and Funk 49.
Walk Away is a great song.
Brian Johnson, Lars Ulrich, and the Foo Fighters did Back in Black and Let There Be Rock. Stuart Copeland got up and played with Foo Fighters. He played Next to You and Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson and Dave played 2112 Part 1, which is the overture, and then they played Workin' Man. And then Omar Hakim, who is an amazing drummer from the world of jazz, got up and played YYZ with Rush, which I need to see.
Yeah.
And then Brian May, Roger Taylor, and Foo Fighters with Luke Spiller singing did We Will Rock You. Luke from the Struts.
It's excellent.
And they also did I'm in Love with My Car, which was kind of a running joke in Bohemian Rhapsody, if you remember. And they did Somebody to Love, which was the song that Taylor would sing, as Marissa had said. And then Brian May did a solo. He did Love of My Life.
So
it was amazing.
He went out into the center of Wembley and, said, 40 years ago, a young man wrote this song, and we celebrated him just like this. Now we're going to sing the song, but we all have to sing it together. So all of Wembley had their flashlights on and was singing. I have chills just now recounting it.
Wow. And when Foo Fighters got up and did a set, they played Times Like These, All My Life, The Pretender, Monkey Wrench, Learn to Fly, These Days, and Best of You. And they had switched through drummers. So John Freese played Travis Barker, Nandi Bushell played Learn to Fly, and Rufus Taylor played the last couple of songs. And then they brought up Paul McCartney.
And now,
Chrissy Hynde.
You would know better than would I, but apparently he has not played the song "Oh Darlin'" in concert for forever.
Oh, no kidding.
And they played it.
Wow.
So if you want to hear them
I do.
doing it.
Yeah, so this is that. Here we go.
you do that?
A lot of people don't know. Paul has a nasty side,
He's
a
very
nasty side to him.
specific.
And if you're
You
not,
sound nothing like John. Nothing.
You'd think.
Dear God, it's not like there's enough audio. You could work on it and get good, but you said, no, I'm not going to get good. I'm going to phone it in.
Angry Paul.
you blew it.
You ruined it. Made a mockery of his death. I tell you what, let's get the guy and go piss on his cemetery plot.
You're going to kill me today, man.
He is very,
Oh, my God.
very wound up. You know, it is a beautiful part, Preston. You mentioned that they did times like these. But that's one of the parts, I guess, Melissa, where Dave Grohl lost it.
Yes, he broke up in the middle of it and had a hard time getting through some of the lyrics, and the crowd was helping him along. So we have some of the audio of that. Here we go. Really over the top and really energetic.
It does put in perspective when you lose anything, you know, in your life, when you lose someone that means a lot to you. As clearly they had a very fraternal relationship, these two, and you know, there's that void that exists now, you know, where there was this person that meant so much and filled up so much of what, you know, Dave clearly was enjoying about life, and everyone has had that experience where, you know, this person's not there anymore, you know, and occasionally you're reminded, obviously this is the appropriate occasion, of just how much that person meant.
Yeah, it had to have come crashing back to him right then and there at that very, you know, where it's just him on the mic and the crowd singing along. It must have hit him all right at that time.
Yeah, and on top of that, Alex and Getty never got to do the Neil Peart tribute. So this was a little bit of a filler for that.
Interesting.
As well,
Are there plans for that ever?
Remember, it kept being postponed because of COVID.
No, I don't remember.
I don't remember there ever being one. And then also, like, it's just kind of dawning on me now that Wolfie is playing, and his father passed away a couple of years ago. It's almost like
there was an article that I read that it started drawing all those parallels. Wolfie lost his father, you know, Getty and Alex lost Neil. If you want to go back even further, you know, there were some other. There was a whole list of people who had passed. You know, obviously Freddie Mercury too soon, and all these
Paul
just
McCartney.
list of people who were gone too soon. You know, and John dying, you know, being killed and all that, and that it was kind of this theme, and for a lot of people that were there. At that event. So.
Are a lot of people considering the most recent Corey Feldman tour, the Neil Peart tribute?
Maybe that's the unofficial Neil Peart tribute of Corey Feldman.
He was playing a couple of Chili's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
okay.
But Corey's is way more up close and personal. You know, like, these guys would never.
Not only
dare.
can you be on stage, you can actually ride around on his back.
Yeah. That was why he turned down Wembley, because it was just too big.
Did they with Alex and Getty? Did they say anything that you remember in particular? When
they had a photo of Taylor and Neil together.
Oh man!
Off to the side, and they said something about their friend. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was also.
Where's my picture? We were supposed to have a picture.
Nothing.
Everyone else has pictures.
Nothing.
You can't find a picture.
Pissed off Paul.
Chrissy really set him off.
Yeah.
I have to give a Chevy Metal and the Coattail Riders both played a full set. That was with Kesha came out, and Nile Rodgers came out with David Bowie's drummer Omar Hakim.
Yep.
They came out and played early, which was great. And then I'm calling it like Violet Grohl's coming out party. because Dave kept bringing her on stage to play a Jeff Buckley song. And then another song an Amy Winehouse song too.
Right,
and
right.
No, she's good. We've heard her, yeah.
She was young and she was quiet. She didn't have that full energy yet, but it was kind of like the handoff where I think some big things are going to come of her career soon.
Let me hear a little bit of Wolfie playing Times Like These.
No, playing Hot for Teacher.
Okay, it says Times Like These on
Oh, really?
here, but it should be Hot for Teacher. Here we go.
Which was Taylor's drum set for a while.
Well, it's The Darkness is Justin Hawkins on vocals and John Freeze on drums.
On drums. But wait a minute.
Because you said Justin Hawkins, and I thought that was his brother, but I guess it's not.
All right, hang on a second. No, go back to the Taylor's drum kit. He used to have
Olivia
Marissa.
I'm looking at Connor, who is my Foo Fighters brethren over here, and wasn't that his drum kit? Yeah, that was
But
his
he
drum
used
kit,
to
yeah.
have Olivia Newton-John on the drum head.
Yeah, remember they were
For
doing all
real?
that like 70s like Bee
Yeah.
Gees covers and all. So
Oh, that's
his
cool.
latest
Wow.
drum kit was Olivia
And she just
Newton-John,
passed.
Yeah. Oh my
I will
goodness.
say this audio is pretty crummy. MTV, YouTube had beautiful. That's what I watched.
I'm sure they
all day
did, but I
long,
still
yeah.
want it to be mixed and
Well, so
straightened out. and
You can
everything.
watch it on Paramount Plus already. So they've,
Okay.
they've cut it up, they've edited it, and it's now available on Paramount Plus.
Well, that's good.
How long is it? Do you know?
There's several episodes.
Okay. All right. Very cool. Well, we'll definitely have to do that. So, well, a sad occasion, but a wonderful celebration.
Yeah.
Of a guy who made an impact to a lot of people.
When was the last time we had something of this scope? It does put you in mind of like Live Aid or
Right.
or where you had multiple
Well, Made in
hour.
America was like that this week.
Bad Bunny.
By the way, we didn't play this clip. It was Taylor. They were welcoming out. Dave was welcoming out his son, Sean.
Yeah.
Here we go. Shane, sorry.
We got the little guy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more drummer that's going to come up and play with us tonight. Let me tell you, I don't think I've ever seen anyone hit the drums as hard as this guy.
For hours in events like this. You know what? The Freddie Mercury concert years and years ago.
Oh, yeah.
That was another sprawl.
The 9/11.
9/11.
The concert for New York
Benefit.
City. That's the one that comes to mind. That was at the Garden, and that had the Who and the Stones and Billy Joel and Bon Jovi, and like, that was an incredible night of music.
There's no rush like that, Nick. Where you have,
No.
where you have that sort of, the creme de la creme, all motivated by whatever reason, usually very noble reason, playing like that. It's just, you can. It's a fixed point in time you can remember.
Yep. So it was, and so this can now be viewed on Paramount, you
Yes,
said?
sir, yeah.
All right, very cool. I'll have to check
I was
that
at the Chili Peppers show that night, and Chad Smith, who had there was a bunch of recorded pieces that ran throughout it. Pretty much everybody said that everybody that Taylor Hawkins was friends with made him feel like he was the only person they were talking to.
Okay.
Which was pretty cool. But Chad Smith played with a Taylor Hawkins drum that night, and the cameras fixed on that for a few minutes during the show, and everybody started cheering. It's just,
That's cool.
It's a big hit, apparently, and this is all going to happen again in a few weeks in L.A.
Yep. So, and some big concerts this weekend. You went to the Chili Peppers. Nick went to see Dave Matthews in Oregon.
Washington State.
Washington State.
Yeah, it's a
sorry.
place called the Gorge. It's outside of Seattle, and it was a flawless, perfect, incredible, amazing weekend. It was 3 nights. I stayed in an RV/bus. And
Dolly Parton's.
Dolly Parton's old tour bus, and which was Kathy. You would have even been okay.
I would have been
doing
okay
this.
in it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was like glamping style. It was unbelievably nice. But it was just a really great vibe and an incredible place. And if you're not a Dave Matthews Band fan, I get it. But this place, if you are a fan, is sort of like the Mecca. Everybody is there for the same reason. It's 30,000 people, 3 nights in a row. They don't repeat one song the whole damn weekend, and it's just this amazing place where the backdrop is the Columbia River Gorge. And it's a gorgeous place to go see a show anyway, for any show ever. But if Dave Matthews Band is your if that's your jam, so to speak, it's a really cool place to see.
It's like up there with the Red Rocks as far as the atmosphere that you're getting, right?
The thing about Red Rocks is that it's a good analogy, but Red Rocks only holds like 8,000 or 9,000 people.
Right.
The Gorge holds about 30,000 people.
Wow.
And it's really in the middle of nowhere. We have to fly into Seattle to get, and then drive 2.5 hours to get there. But it's such an amazing place, and just a really cool vibe with everybody being there for the entire weekend.
Nice.
And, it was a cool, and then we were able to stream some of this Foo Fighters show across the world in a completely different place for a different reason for a different band.
Did they make any mention of it?
No. We were just watching it on our bus.
Oh, I got you, yeah.
We were watching it outside, but one of the guys that I was with, this guy named Eric, is a huge Foo Fighters fan, so we were able to watch some Foos while we're at a Dave Matthews Band weekend series. So
Wow.
yeah, I was texting with Brent Porsche about it a lot, because he's a huge Dave Matthews fan, and so hopefully he can come with us next year, because I'm going to try to do this every year.
Does he do that every year?
Dave, yeah. So they've been doing the Gorge for like 20 years or something like that. Yeah, and I wasn't able to go last year. COVID was affected 2 of the members of the band last year. Carter Beauford and Stefan Lassard didn't play a year ago, but everybody was happy and healthy this time around. So if I can go again next year, I'll go again. And
You all know Corey Feldman.
yeah, Corey was going to open. But actually, speaking of openers, shout out to Mount Joy. Local kids doing really well. They opened on Sunday, which was amazing. So this newer up-and-coming band, opened for Dave Matthews, and they're going to be playing at the Man on Saturday night. So
Cool.
Mount Joy, a bunch of great dudes, and half of them went to the same high school as me, Conestoga High School. So cool to see those guys opening up for Dave Matthews Band, and Dave was really laudatory of them as well.
Nice.
Yeah, it was neat.
Very good. Big music weekend. We'll listen. Big music weekend here on MMR as well with the A to Z.
It sounded great.
And I've been enjoying a lot of it. And we get the honor to continue that. So we'll take a break and we'll come back with more of the A to Z. But we also have a lot of stuff happening. Several guests on the program. Stephen Wright's going to be joining us. Bruce Valanche is going to be here. Harvey Levin, we're going to talk to him from TMZ because he's got this special called Who Really Killed Michael Jackson?
Yeah, who killed me?
I got to see what that's all about. And when we get back, right after these commercials and a song, we're going to give you some details about Casey's big adventure.
Oh, yeah.
So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt, you know? Hey, Lauer,
Working.
play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer breeze.
I met a guy.
Bill parties hard.
I met a guy.
Let's do some heroin.
At our gig the other night who is Bill's neighbor. And he told me you should hear Bill at church because Bill is a lector.
He's a lector, yes.
And so he speaks at church. Could you imagine being at church and you hear the other people that are kind of speaking like this, and Bill steps up to the microphone.
And then Jesus.
I didn't know this.
Oh, yeah.
Said Peter, you'll be the third leg of the stool.
Yes.
The word of the Lord.
The Romans are the low-hanging fruit in this scenario. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
David actually slung some fruit instead of a rock.
Who had the roast beef?
But,
I give this resurrection an A+.
But listen, in my short amount of time that I was going to a Catholic church, my wife is Catholic, and the priest initially spoke at such a level, and you guys know my hearing.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there. I'm like, what am I even doing here?
What is he saying?
What is the point of me being
Honestly?
here? I don't hear anything.
You would want a Bill Weston. You'd want someone
Sure.
who projects.
Yeah. It was just I'm like, the whole time I'm thinking this is a waste of time.
Listen to me, Preston.
We've got a priest at our parish that performs each Sunday.
Oh, it's about him then, huh?
He's very nice. He shakes everybody's hand afterwards, and he's a nice. But it's.
I'm going to improve
you want
on
a
the
show,
Word of God.
and you want to be able to hear. You can come to my church, Preston.
Right.
Okay.
Does he do close-up magic as well?
No, but he's interactive.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
kids get to come up on.
Watch me kick the cap off this bomb. Now, as Jesus kicked the Canaanites.
Steve, he kicks the bottle. He gives the cap off of the wine.
Snuffs out the candles.
That could work too.
Yes.
That could work too. I mean, who wouldn't find that entertaining?
Kicking a few Eucharists into the mouth. Watch this.
When I was on an
Hold that Eucharist up about just so. You can travel down a street named after you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think a statue would be more awesome.
You like a statue?
I think
on top of a horse with a raised sword?
Yeah, with rearing
That's
up.
Preston Elliott.
Yeah, rearing up. Both of its front hooves in the air.
Yes.
I'd love to have that.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait a second.
He fought in the Civil War?
What does that mean? There's a difference.
It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean nothing.
There was a long-standing myth, at least this is what I've read, that it would depend on if there was one leg raised or two, whether they died in battle or But
Oh, I heard completely other.
apparently that's.
I heard gay, not gay.
They're gay or not gay.
Gay general.
Gay general. Oh, she's on one foot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this general was gay because both the horses' front hooves are up. I don't think that's accurate. No, trust me.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I read a book.
Yeah.
What does it mean when all four hooves are on the ground?
Polyamorous.
Yeah, exactly. They could anything.
Anything goes.
They're just looking for love. All right, so they're gonna fix that.
By curious. If they're standing alongside the horse.
Thank you, Kathy. You know what's interesting is sometimes when just by knowing that something still exists, even though you don't really use something any longer, can be comforting. And then when you find out when that thing is going away, even though you haven't used it for a long time, it's very sad.
What?
Mad Magazine is going to stop publishing issues this fall.
Yeah.
And we were subscribing a few years ago, like 3-4 years ago. My kids, like one of them picked up, saw a Mad Magazine, got it, liked it, and I'm like, oh, done deal. We're signing up for this. I love Mad Magazine. Mm-hmm. And we haven't been subscribers for a couple of years. But when I heard this, I was so bummed out. I loved Mad as a kid. It was just my favorite thing to get in the mail.
Likewise, Mad Magazine was the best. I also got Cracked Magazine.
Yeah, I did too.
Then I progressed into the National Lampoon.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, and that helped instruct my comedic chops along the way. So many comedians, so many people, just people in general who love humor, loved Mad Magazine because it was a subversive comic book for kids. Adults read it too, but it was obviously...
Yeah, because it would flirt with adult material.
It would, all the time.
Not blue material, but it would...
Political movie parody, stuff like that. But it was very cool. And it had a litany of great artists and features. Spy versus Spy. You had...
Don Martin,
Mort Drucker, Al Jaffe. The fold out, the fold in, as they called it in the back, you would have a picture, you could fold it to become another picture. Alfred E. Neumann, of course, a legendary character. They had the TV series. But man, when that would come in the mail,
do you still subscribe to any magazines? You get magazines at
last
home?
magazine I used to get at home was because we signed up for one of our, family members was selling subscriptions, so we were getting Entertainment Weekly, and then that sort of went away. But in my heyday, I subscribed. I used to get Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog, Fangoria, National Lampoon. I was getting lots of magazines at home fairly frequently.
I used to get Entertainment Weekly for work.
Oh, yeah.
I used to get that, but I still subscribe to a couple. I'm Golf Digest and Golf Magazine.
There you go.
I still want the hard copy.
Right.
magazine in there. I have a hard time reading magazines, a full magazine online. You know what I mean?
On the crapper.
Now articles, I can see, picking up here and there through aggregator sites and stuff like that. But if I want to dive into a full magazine, what they have to offer, I still need the hard copy. So, did you ever subscribe to dirty magazines? Because I did. The only one I ever had.
Playboy.
Yeah, I had a prescription. God knows I needed it.
Son, you need something for your boner. Take 2 Hustlers and at night cut it in half. Cut Beaver magazine in half.
I had a subscription to Playboy, but that's the only one that I could ever. That one I could get away with.
You could,
but
You're not embarrassed about it.
I couldn't
right?
subscribe. Penthouse, maybe. But then when you get into your Hustlers and We and, whatever the other magazines Cherry.
Wouldn't it blow your mind that people would get home delivery? Like, because I remember, there were subscription cards in these things for the other magazines. Like, who's getting Sweaty Vagina magazine at home? Here's your bills, and that looks like a good issue. Now, obviously, they would seal them specifically for the mailing, but still, you could tell what it was.
I never had subscriptions. The only one that I had were there's other 2 I mentioned earlier. But I was totally into scary movies when I was younger. So Fangoria was the other one.
There was Fangoria, there was Starlog, there was Famous Monsters of Filmland, there was, like I said, the Monster Times was another one of them. Another one, am I missing them?
You're missing one. There was Fangoria, not Fantasia. It was
Biggins?
Jugs, and they're
areolas.
People that are reminding us the names of
Butthole.
Some of the other. I subscribe to Butthole magazine.
What's this one about?
It's a picture of a guy with a pipe. I'm a butthole reader. For this Christmas, give Dad what he wants.
Yeah.
Butthole.
Steve, what are you reading?
I'm reading Butthole, Preston. Telling me how I can set up my stereo. Apparently, you have to run the cords through your butthole.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what are you reading there?
Oh, I was just reading Butthole magazine, telling me how to get a more effective home theater. Apparently, it works better if you put the cord through your butthole.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is the 10 tastiest cheeses for the holidays. Many of them are better if you put them in your butthole. Some guy with an ascot on.
Everything.
Lord Buddington.
An ascot.
Your butthole. An abscot. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? I think now that I'm reminiscing, fondly about Butthole magazine. No, I'm pretty certain it had to have been Mad Magazine. Had to have been my very first subscription to anything.
I'm going to say likewise.
Yeah.
I loved it so much. And there's just, do you remember when you would see something in it? And it's not like you could do today, obviously. You would look at this, you'd lend the magazine. And
I never read it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't, unfortunately, the only thing that I know that what you're talking about is Alfred E. Neumann and that little thing in the back.
But Preston, Case, not only would you have the picture in a lot of these cases, but what you would love is in the background there'd be like flies with little fly lines around them.
Yeah.
There'd be these little things that they would do to just augment the picture that made it great.
Yeah, agreed. And
the artists were great.
There were almost little Easter eggs throughout as well, and outside of the frames
all
and
over
things
the
like
place.
that. Yeah. So you really had to. You could spend a lot of time reading the magazine. It wasn't just you pick it up and tear right through it. I mean, I would hang on to them and go back and see things that I would miss the first time around.
I remember laughing out loud, as a kid, and one of the first times really laughing that profoundly. And that carried over to National Lampoon, which, again, great memories of that. And Nick, you saw the documentary about.
Yeah, with Will Forte.
Yeah, and there
phenomenal.
I remember they did a piece on, it was an old-style brochure for the largest ocean liner ever built. I think it was called the Tyrannic. And the artist illustrations were done in that sort of Art Deco style, where, they drew the ship on such an enormous scale that you were just howling with laughter.
Yeah.
You can't describe it, you have to see it. But to have that reaction from a magazine that you're sitting there, to read something and laugh that loudly is just... you don't get that.
Mad Magazine had published 550 issues prior to its reboot, by the way, which was in 2018, I believe. DC purchased Mad Magazine in 2017, but they're going to hang it up. At its height, it had 2.8 million subscribers.
Now they took
which was in like 1973, I think.
They took a big hit when editor Max Sherman went over to handle the chores at Butthole. And,
yes, exactly.
Do you know what you're getting into over there at Butthole?
Oh my God. Butthole Magazine. Someday.
Yeah, I'm curating their wine list.
Yeah.
Apparently, it tastes better when you drink it from someone's butthole.
But it's sad. It's sad that it's going away, even though I haven't, actively been a subscriber for a couple of years. But nonetheless. Anything from Silicon Valley to Patriots Day to Crazy Rich Asians to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy O. Yang.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Morning. I'm doing well. It's
Excellent.
great.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Patriots Day, you were fantastic in.
Thank you so much. Sadly, not a lot of people watched it.
Your character was the one who was kidnapped, held hostage by those guys, and eventually escaped and alerted the police. Hey, I know where these guys are. I know who they are. I didn't know that story.
Yeah, that guy was amazing.
Yeah.
Danny Mang, Chinese immigrant, college student, and this is about, of course, the Boston Marathon bombing.
Yeah.
And I bugged him every other day. Spoiler alert, he stays alive, in the movie.
Yeah.
So I bugged him every day when I was in Boston, and we had dinner, like went to Chinatown every other day. He was a really nice, warm guy, and he came to the premiere and tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, hey, I think you did a great job.
There you go.
Is stand-up comedy where you kind of started, or acting, or where'd you begin?
That's where everything started. I started doing stand-up at the Ha Ha Comedy Club. In L.A. I had to pay $5 for 5 minutes of stage time.
You were born in Hong Kong, correct?
I was born in Hong Kong, yeah.
Came here. I know you have a book called How to American: An Immigrant's Guide to Disappointing Your Parents.
Yes, that's true.
And so you're working at a financial firm, or where was it?
Yeah, it was Smith Barney, which was under Citigroup. And I graduated 2010 from college, which is right after the financial crash of 2008.
It's a perfect time.
Nobody in finance was hiring, and nobody was going to trust a 22-year-old kid with their money.
Right.
So my dad hooked me up with an internship, and one day he came home, he was like, Jimmy, great news. They're going to hire you full-time. You're going to be a great financial advisor. And literally, tears of joy was coming out of his eyes. And I thought that was just the worst news ever. That to me sounded like a death sentence, And I just didn't know how to tell him. And I was like, I don't want to do this, I had to, disappoint my parents in order to not disappoint myself.
Yeah.
That was the creed that I lived by. So after college, I did that internship for a little bit just to appease my dad. And then after that, I got 3 jobs when I graduated. I was a used car salesman. I worked at a comedy club as a doorman in exchange for stage time, and then I was a strip club DJ at night. So I did all those 3 things.
Just off Paul McCartney cracks me the hell up. I don't know why, but it's just the outrageousness of it.
The guy who's considered
kills me.
Probably the nicest guy you'll ever meet.
Hey, it's Tattoo Tuesday. We have a chance to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Yep. Text the word tattoo to 39333. We'll get a winner by the end of the program. All right, we're going to do the B file. We got an announcement right after that. So here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Got some good stories for you, man.
Oh, good.
We're going to start with this. A fisherman miraculously survived after floating in a freezer in the ocean for 11 days without food and water. Romulado Macedo Rodriguez.
The light really does go out.
Was traveling in a 23-foot-long wooden boat in northern Brazil, and he was aiming to get to an island off the coast of French Guiana to spend a few days fishing, but disaster struck. His boat began to fill with water and started sinking.
Wow.
He does not know how to swim.
Oh, no.
So he panicked and climbed into a freezer that he had on board, and he said he had no food or water and lost more than 10 pounds during his ordeal. And what troubled me most, he said, was the thirst. I thought that I was going to be attacked by sharks because there are a lot of curious fish on the high seas. And he was eventually spotted 11 days later by the crew of another boat, pulled him from the sea off the coast of Suriname. which borders French Guiana. Remilado said that it was the most important day of his life and that he was born again after that. It was thought that he was rescued around 280 miles away from where his boat sank. Video footage recording shows the incredible moment that he was rescued. He was dehydrated and disoriented. He had sunstroke. His clothes were torn. He was given water and porridge by his rescuers.
You always have to have that rescue porridge at the ready.
After he hadn't eaten for days on end.
In case of emergency, make porridge.
I can't believe he survived 11 days without water. I thought like 6 is the most.
That's what I thought. He described the whole thing as chilling, Preston.
He was in a freezer. The wounds he had on his body, which were related to the sun, were already much better now. He says that he has had vision problems due to the excessive heat, salt, and light, and he was very calm and in good health.
It's amazing.
Soon he'll be returned to shore. After he was taken to shore, given first aid, he was then arrested by police in Suriname for not having the right documents with him.
Give the guy a break.
I know.
He just ate porridge.
He was reported to have spent 16 days in custody before finally flying home. But
16 days?
I know, right?
So he goes from the freezer
That's
to
insane.
jail.
Yeah.
For 16 days.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
But he's doing better. Maybe they'll make a movie about him. Who knows?
Freezer Man.
A Connecticut man wanted for exposing himself and pleasuring himself while skateboarding to trail walkers has been nabbed by police.
What a beautiful day this is, and this is my penis.
Emmanuel Morales was arrested for the incident over the course of several days in mid-July. The police received complaints from community members of a man on a skateboard exposing himself to walkers on the trail. Several witnesses also have reported that Morales was actively pleasuring himself.
Sometimes you can't help it.
Following several police responses to the area.
I don't know what it is about the great outdoors, but it makes me want to spank the hell out of it.
A man matching the description provided by witnesses was located and positively identified as being Morales. An arrest warrant was applied and granted shortly after Morales turned himself in to the police.
So clearly, with people like this, it is the public nature of it that's the big turn on, right?
I guess
they're
it's gotta be.
exhibitionists, right?
Got to be that, yeah. All right, this is messed up. A woman who was charged with murder in August after she was seen cradling her dead husband's body in a creek told police she was trying to baptize him and wash away his demons when he drowned. The police responded to a drowning call behind the municipal electrical facility. The caller said that they observed a woman holding a male in the creek. The caller said the male was possibly dead. The first fire rescue unit was on the scene, reached a man within the next minute. No resuscitative efforts were made as personnel determined the man was indeed dead. The woman was identified as Dora Maldonado. She said that an unidentified man was baptizing her husband in the creek when he drowned. And she said she and her husband were contacted by the man at a local shelter. Maldonado is a Guatemalan citizen living unhoused at the moment. Police reviewed surveillance video from the shelter, saw that the couple did not meet up with another man. Police read Maldonado her rights and interviewed her, and she said the man had drowned was her common-law husband. The affidavit alleges she admitted during the interview the other man did not exist. She explained going to the creek with her husband and being asked to baptize him in order to wash the demons away. During the baptism, she said she held him under the water for a substantial amount of time. She said he grabbed at her legs, and she held him under the water until he let go.
Did the demons go away?
She said she also stood on his stomach to hold him under the water.
And then she drove a car over.
Yeah, the death occurred during the morning, and Maldonado said she spent numerous hours trying to revive him by putting him in and out of the water. She has been arrested and in the county jail in lieu of $500,000 bail.
I think there's some holes in this story.
All right, listen to this. This is what I love this story. This is in Madison, Wisconsin. On Thursday, police checked the IDs of 143 people that were in a bar in Madison, and only 6 were of legal drinking age.
Oh, my God.
Only 6 of 143.
143. Only 6 were of legal drinking age.
7-7, please.
Police with the Madison Police Department were conducting proactive enforcement in downtown Madison on September 1st, visiting bars in the neighborhood and checking to see if the venues were enforcing liquor laws.
It's like a daycare center.
At one of their bars, the officers cited 137 people for underage drinking or having false IDs. The Wisconsin State Journal named the bar as City Bar. The police said that they are actively working with the establishment on this investigation. They will not be named at this time until further steps are taken to determine the bar's role in the matter. Officers added that more citations are likely.
Well, years ago, when I was growing up, before they became very stringent on a lot of this stuff, there were bars that were known as being liberal with their
underage bars.
Yeah,
there was a place called Murphy's in West Philadelphia, and we knew we could go there. But if cops were to walk into Murphy's, they could have cited 137 out of 143 too.
All right, and then
It's like Dean Wormer walking in.
One last story in India, and you guys saw the video of this here in the studio. A ride turned out to be a nightmare for some people in Mohali on Sunday. In a tragic incident, a high-rise spinning ride, this is an amusement park ride, broke down and fell at the Dasihara ground on Sunday. Fortunately, no fatalities reported. However, 10 people suffered injuries. Following the incident, police were immediately rushed to the spot to take stock on the situation. The injured were taken to the hospital for treatment. Some victims received head and neck injuries. So this thing goes 80 feet in the air. It's a spinning wheel, and then it just lets go and drops all the way to the ground without breaking at all. And you can see these people flying up out of their chairs and stuff.
It's crazy.
Some people complained that the safety measures were not adequate.
Oh, that wasn't the safety measure kicking in there?
And there is a probe into the incident to try and find out what happened.
I'm amazed that no one died.
I know. Yep, me too. All right, there you go. That's what I got in the Bizarre File. I got many, many more great stories that we're going to get to a little bit later on. But we made an announcement a little while back about an event that we had tried to pull off. I mean, down to the day before this is going to take place. Hours, actually, of when we were going to actually surprise Casey with this event. And it turned out we couldn't do it because COVID was the culprit and we could not make it happen. But we were literally going to send Casey. We were doing a live broadcast at Subaru of America. And we were going to put him in a Subaru, in an Outback, and he was going to drive across the country. We had it planned out with his wife, his family.
Bid him farewell.
Everything had been worked out so he could do this. They had packed bags for him, and it just crumbled, and we couldn't pull it off. But we had to tell him about it that morning because otherwise we weren't going to be able to do it in the secretive nature that we tried to do it initially.
It was just too much.
It was the details were too much, and it would have never happened. So we revealed it. And we were calling it Casey's Big Adventure, where he would drive from Philadelphia to Los Angeles. And the reason we do this, he's always talked about wanting to drive across the country.
Ever since the show began.
Then somehow we wanted to incorporate it into the show. So we are going to make it happen. And I have the details to announce now for this. All right. So, yeah, you can... All right, and there are several different things that are cool about this, but we'll start with the actual date. Casey Boy is leaving on his big adventure Monday, September 19th from the radio station. And he is headed for a 5-day cross-country adventure that we will check in with the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
He is going to be doing all kinds of stuff on social media, our website, and you will be along for the ride. Now, here's... the thing is, initially, we were going to send him because we needed a co-pilot. We weren't going to send him by himself. There's too much to do.
No.
So we were going to send Chuck D'Amico, our assistant program director and bestie of Casey, to be his co-pilot. Chuck can't make it for this time frame. So we need to bring somebody else on board. And this was, I think this was Casey's idea to make this happen.
It was. And it's funny because when you guys were planning this months and months ago, when you called my wife to essentially ask her permission if she'd be okay with me doing this, she was like, as long as you don't send him with like Gary Lauer and, make sure that you're sending him across the country with somebody that he's going to be able to get along with.
Well, Casey, we couldn't get Gary Lauer.
No.
But we could get, ladies and gentlemen, Jackie Bam Bam to join Casey Boy. And Jackie is on the phone now. Jackie.
Good morning, guys. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing.
We're going to find out in 2 weeks.
Find out.
I'm thinking a little bit of both, but a good kind of bad. So no matter what you do, Jackie, it's going to be a win.
and we're in a Subaru. I thought we were going on Dolly Parton's tour bus.
You got to be special to do that.
Oh, how soon things change.
Yeah, so the two of you are going to be in there. Now, we're also going to have a third person. We want to document this whole thing.
Yeah.
So our friend Kyle McCarty is going to be going along, and you know him as Wide Angle Kyle if you've been listening to the show for a long time.
Wide Angle Kyle.
Wide Angle Kyle.
And also Delco.
Yeah.
And-
Is he from Delco?
No, he does the Delco
Oh,
jingle.
sorry. I was like, he's not from Delco.
No,
All
but
the activities, jingles, and
he sings Kathy's activities. That's Kyle right there. So he is going to be documenting this. So we will have video galore to eventually, on the way, it'll be live. We'll do some live stuff, but also we'll be able to chop all this together in a nice package.
Now, Jackie, initially you had some concerns about this as to whether or not during the 5 days you're going to stop and eat. And legitimate concerns like that, and you will get to go to the bathroom and eat and sleep. It's not an around the clock.
He did ask me. He's like, "What happens if I have to go to the bathroom?" I go, "You know what? We'll probably pull over for you. You know, we'll probably do that."
By the way, because it's going to be 3 people now instead of just 2, Subaru has upgraded us, which is really cool. So our buddy Matt Ritter is giving us a Subaru Ascent.
Wow.
So it's not going to be the Outback anymore. It's going to be 3 rows of a really nice car, the Subaru Ascent. So thanks.
Nice.
By the way, Matt Ritter and everybody at Subaru, they're so easy to deal with.
Unbelievable.
Can't thank them enough.
Jackie, are you going to be able to do some of the driving on this thing?
Well, you know what? When I spoke with Casey Boy, I'm very, very good at nighttime driving. Now, when he calls into the show each and every morning, you might hear me snoring in the back of that third row. But I'll handle the nighttime drive. We'll go right through the night if that's how we're going. I'm hearing the details as you're giving them right now. You know, I once he said he needed a partner in crime, the Bizarre Boys you can call us. I'm a Delco boy too. Me and Case, we're great together. I think I'm honored, and to make him happy, I'll cruise through the night. He can handle the daytime driving, and like you said, our boy Kyle, you know, the radio is going to be great because Kyle worked with the Temptations. Casey Grew, he's going to want to listen to Fish. I don't know about if I'm going to handle that on the radio.
Well, so I'm glad you said that because I got to do stuff where we are going to be able to highlight Kyle singing, but then also Jackie. I've ordered some special things just for you. I ordered a nice set of razors because you first thing you said to me when I invited you along is that you wanted to shave my whole body. We're going to do that. You're going to shave. Yeah,
that's what Jackie does. He shaves his whole body. Did you know that?
That was the first thing you said?
We've been trying to pull this. We've been trying to pull this bit off from many moons ago.
We have not. You have. But I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you shave my body. Maybe night 1.
Right. You're going to have to stand on the, the tile floor where your balls will, tighten up. And
What?
Yeah. Jackie has an old plan. Yeah, your balls have to be tight before Jackie will even think about shaving your nutsack.
Hey, if you don't mind, can you let me handle my nether regions?
You don't trust Jackie?
No, I don't.
All right.
And then also, Jackie, I would be honored if you were our DJ all week long. I just purchased some disco lights for the Ascent so that you can.
Oh, really?
You can,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
As long as I'm driving during the nighttime, I'm fine. I'll stay up all night long.
Hey, by the way,
you're not my bladder. You worry about the ranch dressing.
Jackie, this isn't the Cannonball Run. You're not going to be driving nonstop. You guys are going to stop and sleep.
We told him this
and see the country.
You're not going to drive overnight. So you're good to go. Yeah, our friends from Marriott are going to be giving you guys places to stay along the way.
We're high rolling.
Yeah. Not only that, you're going to stop at some of the iconic places one can see when one drives across this big, beautiful country of ours.
Yeah, so actually I'm going to highlight some of the stops along the way.
Yes.
One of the things we want to do is make sure that the first leg is a pretty big one. So that way, if there are some issues along the way, then we've already covered a nice chunk of the country.
You have a buffer.
And we'll have no problem getting there in 5 days. So stop number 1 is going to be my old hometown of St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah.
Almost dead center of the country.
Yeah.
And we're going to try to have some things planned for you guys to do while you're there.
Yeah, so the initial idea was that we were going to stop in Nashville, and I was like, you know what, man, I would love it if we could spend maybe Tuesday morning, just checking out some of your old haunts.
Okay.
So, we're going to maybe develop, some games and contests or whatever bits to do in and around the Chesterfield area.
Take a
St.
history
Louis.
of Preston. Now, you're going to get time to do the Yarch?
I have
I hope
to.
so.
I have to. Yeah. They're I can't go through there and not spend a little bit of time at the yard.
So it's a national park, which is really cool. And Matt Ritter, again, at Subaru, they're giving you and Jackie a national parks pass to get across the entire country. So you're actually going to be driving through or near several, and that'll be the first.
All right.
And I definitely... I want to do some stuff for Preston while I'm there. So, Preston, if you have any errands that you want me to run.
Okay, maybe we can come up with some things for you to do. Now, they're going to travel along, the historic Route 66 because you're going to go through Oklahoma City. It goes through St. Louis. Oklahoma City is also pretty. And then you'll be on Route 66, then headed to, and there'll be little stops in between here and there.
Yeah.
But these are just some of the highlights. You're going to go through Albuquerque.
Yes, I got to make sure that I
Breaking
make
Bad.
a left turn at Albuquerque, as Bugs Bunny always said. But yeah, I have to go see where Walter White lived. I got to see Los Pollos Hermanos. And then
they have the new bronze statues.
I
there.
definitely have to see that. But Albuquerque, and I listen, I love the Southwest. So anything I can do that's kind of cool in between Oklahoma City and Albuquerque. Somebody was telling me that in Pee-wee's Big Adventure, where they're hanging out, him and Simone are hanging out in the dinosaur, that's somewhere along our route. So
it is.
You can find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's closer to the end, but in between Oklahoma City and Albuquerque is Cadillac Ranch in Amarillo, Texas.
All right.
So
the Cadillacs are buried in the sand.
Yeah, so a lot of these types of things are going to creep up, and we are trying to get you across the country, so you're going to have a limited amount of time, but we want you to see, what you're driving past if you're going there.
Nick, when you just mentioned that, should we rethink letting Jackie go to the bathroom then?
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, just to make sure that we get there on time.
Good point.
Then they're going to end up in Palm Springs, California, and catch a sunset at Joshua Tree National Park. And then the final stop will be Los Angeles, California. And
Windy City.
Hopefully, the Windy City. And hopefully we're going to be doing some friends of the show surprises at that final stop.
How about that, Jackie?
I'm super, super psyched. You know, it's funny. You said Los Angeles. I don't know if you guys mentioned this already. The brand new Monsters movie, before we slam it, Rob Zombie, the cuckoo clock in the Monsters, the raven that comes out of the clock. Guess who does?
You talking about the Munsters?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So go ahead.
Yeah, Herman Monster, Lily Monster.
Yeah. The brand new movie Rob Zombie's putting out the end of this month. Guess who does that voice? I'm super excited.
On
And
the
I called
cuckoo
him and
clock?
told him, yes, the raven that comes out of the cuckoo clock.
Who?
Freddie Corey from Cinderella.
Oh,
wow.
What does that have to
Freddie Corey.
do with anything?
Yeah.
This is going to be a fun
So
trip.
I called him. I said,
Biden mentioned that the other night.
Why is he bringing this up?
Because Cinderella's
I
from
said,
the area.
we're going to be coming through Los Angeles. Casey
You're not
wants to
interested
call
in seeing the
his
monster
friends.
movie?
He's going through Los Angeles. You know what? I'm not
Wait,
gonna
what
try
does it have to
connect
do
the
with
dots.
Los Angeles, Jackie?
Because Freddie lives out there, and I told him we're going to be in the area. I said maybe you want to call him the Preston Steve Show when we arrive there before we get, wrap this thing up. So I've been calling.
That's not bad.
That's great. We'll book the guest show, but thank you, Jackie.
I think we're
That's
off that
awesome.
day.
Yeah.
No, we'll just crash at his house.
We have the voice of the cuckoo clock in the Munster movie. It was worth this trip.
Oh my God. It's either going to be the greatest or the worst week of your life.
I know.
No, listen, Casey and Jackie, you're right. You guys have a special thing. I mean, you call Casey all the time, and I think this is going to be a great sojourn. Now, obviously, when you were a touring musician, Jackie, you went to many different cities. Have you ever taken a trip like this of this duration?
And I have, and that's why I think I'm very suitable for the gig because, we drove a van. We played Atlanta, we played Georgia, we played Mississippi, Alabama. I love going across the country driving, so this is great.
All right.
And I do a lot of the driving.
All right, ma'am. Well, we're psyched that you were going on the trip with him, and we'll be checking in regularly with you guys. And we're only a couple of weeks away from this before we get started.
Another pit stop is going to be in Winslow, Arizona. You guys are going to be standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, and so there's actually a little plaque there for
Yes,
the
there
Eagles
is.
song. So that should be. I mean, really, there are so many cool things to see and do when driving across the country.
Yep. All right, Jackie, we will see you on the 19th. We kick off this trip. All right, my man?
I'm so happy. Thank you, guys.
You bet.
Honored, Case. Love you, man.
Love you, man.
Casey's Big Adventure, Jackie Bam Bam, co-pilot.
He's so cute.
Along with Kyle, who will be documenting the whole thing. So we're excited to get this underway. And listen, if you're listening and you podcast and you're in one of those cities, let us know. And you never know, we might have a meetup of some
I
type.
would love that, yeah.
We'd love to meet listeners along the way.
I got a text from Kyle during that segment, and he says, must I document the shaving too? Are we talking about pubes as well?
Yeah. Yes. Every bit of it. Every bit of it you have to get. All right, so he'll get in the vehicle and start driving on Monday, September 19th. So we're looking forward to where this is going to go and how this is going to go through the week and how it's going to end.
Check-ins, social media, lots of video. It'll be happening all over throughout other shifts. Everyone will be checking in. It'll be great.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Stephen Wright is going to be up in just a little bit as well. Several other guests, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Were you doing like day stripping, or was it the night stripper?
It was night stripping. It was after my comedy club show. There was no prime time in that club at any time. I started off with just a stand-up community, which I thought was so cool. That's one of the main reasons why I did stand-up.
So you've seen Bobby Lee's penis then?
Sadly, no. I feel a bit left out. I feel a bit
that guy gets naked every time he comes in this studio.
Oh, really? I've been to his house, and he still has not shown me his penis.
Like, we're not even Asian.
We're closer friends. Yeah.
I know. There must be something wrong with me. Maybe he only shows penis to white people.
It might be that.
That might be
it. And he tells you guys about, listen, here's what I do with the white. Whip it out.
But yeah, like Bobby was somebody I looked up to. I watched Matt TV religiously. Steve Byrne was somebody I looked up to. Ken Jeong. And now we're all like really close and good friends.
That's great.
Ken, of course, was in the movie.
Yeah.
It's great.
And, you know, we all love each other, and doing this movie, one of the greatest thing, you know, was I felt like I found my creed. You know, of actors, comedians, because we all kind of went through the same phase of disappointing our parents to do this job. We all had the same experience, and like when we're hanging out in Singapore, there was no questions of like, hey, can we go to Chinese food? Like, look, it's not like weird Chinese food. It's just like, no, everybody was just down. We're going to authentic Chinese food, and we did karaoke every night. Everybody was just on the same page, and it felt so good.
Did you do work with the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh, man. You know, people ask me that. It was one of my very first paid jobs ever. So the Harlem Globetrotters, they go to China for like a world tour every year.
Right.
And I was like one of the only Chinese American comedians they could find. This was like 10 years ago. And I was the only one they could afford, I guess. They paid me $200.
To do what exactly?
To be a consultant. So they sent me the script for the Chinese tour to make sure nothing's offensive.
Oh.
Okay. Honestly, I didn't even read the script.
You're good to go.
I didn't know. I was like, that was my first job as a comic. I didn't know. And I skimmed through the script. There's something about like they bring out like a Hello Kitty thing, you know, in the middle of their show. I just told them for $200. I was like, dude, you know, Hello Kitty's Japanese, not Chinese. Okay, just so you guys know that. And that was it. That was my $200 worth of advice. And now on my Wikipedia says that I wrote for the Harlem Globetrotters. So.
Silicon Valley, they know not on their radar. They
Yes and no. My dad understands comedy a little better than my mom. Like he loved it. My mom watched it for the first time. He's like, "Hey Jimmy, can you not hunch it back?"
He's correcting your posture.
Yeah, I was like, Ma, I'm playing a character in the show. It's like, okay, play someone who doesn't hunch his back.
Another day, another Korn story. Korn has announced that the band will release its 13th studio album, The Nothing, on September 13th. The follow-up to 2016's The Serenity of Suffering has been preceded by a first single called You'll Never Find Me, which arrived on Wednesday.
Again.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Davis said, deep within our earth lives an extraordinary force.
He's right.
Very few are aware of the magnitude and significance of this place where good and evil, dark and light, bliss and torment, loss, gain, and hope and despair all exist as one, pulling at us every moment of our lives.
Welcome to the deep, dark caverns of energy. You are here because of Korn, yes? You are one of us. You make the hallowed sound.
It's not something he
Everyone.
said. It's not something that we can choose to navigate, he says, but
What a bunch of crap.
And it's the only place where balance between these dynamic and polarizing forces exists, where the soul finds its refuge. Welcome to the nothing. Did you just make that?
I just made that.
Put it at the beginning.
One more time.
Yeah, all right.
We are in the nothing. Play the ceremonial sound. Enter.
Oh, that's like the password.
Yes,
at the door.
yeah. It's open sesame.
Okay.
You have approached the boulder of truth. To enter the hall of Korn, you must emit the sound of recognition. Proceed.
Slowly, the boulder rolls to one side.
Enter.
This is as stupid as it gets.
Davis is living.
Hi!
Come on in.
Come on in!
I love songs like that are just, oh my God, you just said it.
Yeah.
You just said it so plainly, not a lot of, flowery language or metaphors. You just said it straight out. You know, I love
I know
that.
one that comes immediately to mind that actually, when I had gone through a breakup, laid it out, and I was like,
I know
got
what it is.
Say it.
Heart of the matter?
You got it.
I knew it.
It's the economy of words.
Telling you.
The message.
Yeah.
It nailed it.
I agree. Don Henley.
Yeah.
And it's so plainly speaks. And he managed to make it all rhyme.
And he
too.
made it rhyme!
How the hell do you do that? These guys. But I wanted to throw this out as a subject of the song that gave you the strength, whatever it was. Jim, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Jim?
Hey, so 15 years ago, I was working for Johnson & Johnson, and we were working on a new Tylenol product, that's Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Yeah.
So I'm down in Puerto Rico. I was down there for about 18 months, away from my family, the whole deal. And we were having a lot of technical problems. We're really dejected because we're thinking we're going to have to tell them to delay the launch and everything. And we're winding up the day around 8 o'clock at night. We're on our way to a small hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and as we're walking into the restaurant, we hear Rocky Going the Distance.
It's
and so forth. And
you got a headache?
Are you ready? You got a headache? You want immediate relief? Then you got to have Tylenol. Rapid release. Come on. Rapid release. You can't wait. Your head hurts.
But
it
Jim,
was the weirdest thing, and in Puerto Rico of all places too. It was hilarious.
Regular Excedrin stinks.
But it gave you the strength because you were missing your daughter, and you just to keep on going, right?
I love you.
Exactly.
I miss you so much. But Daddy's working on rapid release Tylenol.
Down here in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God!
You can't come home right now. It's with the Puerto Ricans trying to mix the rapid release Tylenol.
I hope no one's calling in for sympathy.
Not gonna get it. Because when you got your head, it feels like it's a punching bag. You gotta have immediate relief.
Yeah. Well, listen, it could.
What's that up on the roof? It sounds like a seizure.
You have to take a few Tylenol,
yeah,
maybe like a billion.
But it's like a billion.
Yeah.
It shut down your kidneys.
An artificial tongue that can taste minute differences between varieties of Scotch whiskey could be the key to identifying counterfeit alcohols.
I was watching this story yesterday, and I guess the guy who invented it, Preston, has a really thick Scottish brogue.
Yeah, so they're engineers from the University of Glasgow and Strathclyde in Scotland that created this. Yes.
So and it can. The whole purpose is to distinguish knockoff Scotch, basically?
Counterfeit alcohol.
Wow.
Well, because you're talking about, big money when it comes to
also
some brands of alcohol.
Listen, Angus, I'm taking this home for the weekend. It's the missus's birthday.
Yeah, it's the artificial tongue.
Here, sit on this for about an hour.
The study
You'll be seeing Israeli parasites in no time.
Involving arranging submicroscopic slices of the two metals in a checkerboard pattern of taste buds.
Look at that tongue go.
Which are around 500 times smaller than those on a human tongue.
So
the scientists measured the plasmonic resonance, or the tiny difference in how much light they absorb, to identify the types of whiskey.
Will this be the companion piece to the fleshlight?
Maybe, or the Sibian. It could be used in food safety testing, quality control, security,
frat parties,
really any area where a portable, reusable method of tasting would be useful. But one whiskey expert cast doubt on the artificial tongue's effectiveness. Charles McLean.
This is a crock of crap.
A master.
You and your stupid tongue. I see right through your ruse, you knob niffler. That's a Scottish insult.
Is it?
I just made it up.
It is now. You knob niffler.
Niffling knobs all day.
No, his title is he is a master of the quaich.
You're a master of the quaich.
The Scotch.
You wee weenied prick.
The Scotch whiskey industry's highest accolade.
Oh, it's a compliment I just paid you. I didn't even know it.
Is master of the quaich, by the way.
You're a master of the quaich.
Master of the queef.
And your wife is a master of the queef. Yeah, I said it. You tongue-building ass.
He said, flavor assessment in the whiskey industry is done by smell, taste, and texture. Of all
the 3 R's.
Of all...
What? I'm Scottish.
Of all the senses employed, smell is the most important, he says.
Absolutely.
Whiskey blenders and quality assessors rely entirely...
Stick your tongue in your nose.
So anyhow, they made an artificial tongue.
You made it. Look at you.
Yeah.
You're finally living the dream. You made your stupid ass tongue.
You fake tongue freak.
You frig nibbler.
Frig nibbler.
He's just making things up.
I'm making them up and they're sticking.
I love it.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You frig nibbler.
You frig nibbler. You chowder huffer. When an angry Scotsman says it, it carries more weight.
You lollygagger.
He's a carp tickler. That's a compliment.
Here's the thing. When I make jokes about people that have disabilities, never the person with the disability gets mad at me.
Well, there you go.
Ever.
There you go.
It's always the person who knows the person with a disability. It's always the person who is like, my son.
Do you get extra firepower because you are a person of smaller stature?
Yes, I'm a dwarf, midget, person short stature, and I know it's my voice. You can't tell. I'm not on the radio like, oh, plus and stuff. Woohoo! Like, no, I don't sound like that. But yes, I get a little more leeway because it's really hard to get mad at the dwarf who's making jokes.
Do you ever have someone get pissed off at you and then not realize that you are, and then like you see them like.
Yeah, on the radio. Yeah, on the radio that happens because, like I said, I don't sound like. And then they come like, "How dare? What? How would you like it if you have a disability?" It's like, I can't wear adult clothes. Like I gotta pick up chicks with Bob the Builder on my T-shirt. All right, yeah. Like I did a show a few weeks ago, and there's a guy in the audience, and he was in a wheelchair. And he didn't have any legs, right? And I immediately started making fun of him. Right. And he laughing. You could tell he's laughing because the chair was moving back and forth real fast. Right, and the audience got mad. And like one dude stood up. He's like, "Stop making fun of him!"
This is what's great about the A to Z. I was going to text from somebody said so we played the Guns N' Roses "Live and Let Die."
Yeah,
about a half hour ago because that was our last song we played, and then we just played the Paul McCartney one. And somebody texted and said, "Would you guys believe I've never heard this version before?"
That's perfect.
Wow.
That's crazy. Yeah. But I guess it happens, man.
Yeah.
I know Casey's coming to me. He's like, dude, I never knew this song was a cover song.
Yeah, no clue.
Until I heard the original artist play it. So it happens. It's part of the A to Z, man.
I love that.
You get to find out these awesome things. Speaking of awesome, our next guest is awesome. He's going to be in town at the Keswick Theater. We've had the pleasure of speaking to him before and love having him on. So please, won't you give some love to the one and only Mr. Stephen Wright?
Yeah.
Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning. How's it going?
Dude, it is going great. It is wonderful to talk to you. We are big fans, so thanks for joining us today, man.
Thank you.
And listen, are you would it be contrary to like your persona? Are you a morning guy or morning's easy? Because you don't, impress me as a morning person, but I have a feeling I might be surprised by that.
Yeah, when you get older, your body clock changes. I'm up on an exercise. I'm on a bicycle riding like at 8:30 in the morning. I don't know what happened. I used to when I was in my 20s. I would look at the clock, and when I went to bed, and that's when I would get up the next day.
Yeah. It's a bizarre shift that takes place. I remember years and years ago, visiting my grandmother in Florida, and she's like suggesting dinner at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm like, this is, good Lord, never let this happen. And now I start to find myself eating earlier. All those things you said would not happen are happening.
Yes, it slowly changes without you noticing.
Right. In fact, that's probably the nature of it, so you can't put a stop on it. Nature will force you to eat early dinner no matter what you try to do.
Hey, you mentioned riding a bike, so our producer here, Casey, he gets out and does like 30, 40-mile rides. Are you doing it at that level, Stephen?
No, I go by time, not the distance. I go about an hour and 15 minutes. That's probably like 8 miles or 10 maybe. No, I can't do what he does. I mean, that's amazing. I'm addicted to it, though. I have to do it. It's like a drug for me. I have to do it. I drink a half a cup of coffee, then I ride the bike. Then I drink more coffee, and then I think of weird shit.
Well, I had to dump out on you because we're on terrestrial radio, but
weird stuff.
Weird stuff.
Yeah.
But
Sorry,
yes, it's all good.
No problem. But even that was we've never. So only on rare occasions would you get to hear cursing from
Stephen Wright.
Yeah. And so that was quite an honor. Thank you. Yeah.
I've done that on the radio. I don't know what happened.
Stephen, so doing, some reading up on you, obviously, you always do a little bit of research as people are coming on. And I don't know if this is true or not, but it kind of made me remember something about talking about your influences. George Carlin's name is mentioned as far as stand-up goes, but also Woody Allen. Was Woody Allen's stand-up influential in your approach?
That's the thing. I stumbled on this radio program when I was like 16. I was trying to listen to the Boston Bruins, and I accidentally got this other station, which the guy played 2 comedy albums every Sunday night. And I listened to that for like 2 years, and I learned so much from listening to his show. And that's where he played Woody Allen, had a double comedy album, stand-up. I didn't even know he did stand up before the movie. And within those albums, I learned like how to structure a joke.
You're the only one I've ever heard mentioned because yes, people may not be familiar, but he did a great stand-up, many great stand-up hours. A lot of the material, was sort of in a way reminds me of your style. And he had 2 books that were sort of like comedy Bibles, at least when I was in college, Getting Even and Without Feathers. Did you read those?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Definitely.
And
he's a genius. He's unbelievable. He's like on the Mount Rushmore of comedy minds in my opinion. Him, George Carlin, Richard Pryor. Unbelievable.
Did you see the Apatow, the Judd Apatow documentary on Carlin?
Yes, I saw it. I was actually in it.
Were you?
I was surprised. I got to. They interviewed me about him, and I thought it was very well done. I mean, all the different stages Carlin went through. Just a genius.
It's funny because I love hearing other people who I admire talk about people that they admire, and what the step off point was. With Carlin's transformation, your approach has been, you've obviously evolved, but it's been pretty linear. You're almost an adjective in comedy because it's like that's Wright-esque. That's sort of the sort of deadpan delivery and everything. Does it amaze you when people use you as a sort of a benchmark to compare other comedians to?
No, I mean that's fine. You know, I just feel lucky that I didn't decide to think like this. This is how I speak.
Right.
It went together. You know, it just accidentally went together. So I feel very fortunate.
Hey, Stephen, I was curious about, in your earlier days when you were developing your act and especially with your style, with your original delivery that you have, that very low key thing, if that was hard to pull off initially in comedy clubs, if you get people that are a little bit raucous and maybe not for that type of tone, and was that hard to handle?
No, that's an interesting question because the audience doesn't care. They don't care about anything as long as it's funny. So in the beginning, some of the jokes they would laugh at and some of them they wouldn't. So that was the joke. It wasn't how I was saying it because right from the beginning, some of it worked and some of it didn't. So they don't care about that really.
You can't just be up there and be kind of a drone, and if you're not saying funny things, they're not going to respond.
Exactly.
So clearly, the material has to speak.
Yes.
And I think your style forced you to be prolific because, it's not people love to hear. It was weird because I remember seeing you and people would call out jokes that they loved. Like it almost that's something that's usually reserved for singers. Sing this song for me. But your jokes became so iconic. But, I think that obviously forced you to be as prolific as you are because, you had to create new material that wasn't expected. Would I be correct in saying that?
I mean, I just write what comes into my head. Sometimes there's a lot. It's like rain. Sometimes it rains, then it doesn't rain, then it sprinkles, and it pours. It's like that. That's just how it goes.
We were talking about the early days, and I saw a documentary on a place called the Ding Ho Restaurant in Cambridge, and I've heard this mentioned many times before. Was this this is one of the foundational clubs for comedians in and around the Boston area, correct?
Yes, that place was run by the great Barry Kermans, the great political comedian. He opened that, and that place was incredible. It was in Inman Square in Cambridge. And it was half a Chinese restaurant, half a comedy club, and that's how I got seen by The Tonight Show. The Tonight Show heard about that place, and then one of the producers, Peter LaSalle, was in Boston looking at colleges for his kid. And we wanted to go in there, and he went in there and he watched some people, and then he saw me, and then 3 weeks later I was on The Tonight Show. So I owe my life changed from that club.
Wow, there was so many fascinating memories that different comedians had of that establishment. The fact that launched you onto the Tonight Show, and that's classic. Your appearance on the Tonight Show is classic footage. Can anything these days, Stephen, compare to the tectonic shift that would take place if you did well on the Tonight Show of that era?
I don't think everything's so different now. There's so many different channels. The cable was just coming in then. There's not like one magic door now like that, like an Alice in Wonderland power of that television show that you could walk through, and then 7 minutes later, or the next day, your life is different. People come up in so many different ways now, which is great. I'm not saying one is better than the other one. It's just very, very different now.
I think you were absolutely, or say your career was starting now, I think you would have excelled given this new method of getting your stuff out there, because I constantly see short snips of your stand-up on TikTok, of people like Mitch Hedberg and other people who have, we're easily digestible bits. I mean, I see you all the time. I assume, I don't know if you're responsible for it, but your stuff is being discovered again. Do you find you have a lot of new fans because of social media?
Yeah, like people, I don't know, they see that on there, younger people, and it's like, that's the thing about the internet and all those clips now. Like years and years ago, that stuff would just never be seen. Now it's like a time machine. The internet is like a giant time machine.
Yeah, no, it's wild.
How does that translate for you in any kind of sales or anything like that, or more people coming out to the show?
I don't really know. I have young people and old people, middle-aged people, all in. I don't really know how it affects that. I don't really pay attention to that. I just try to think of some new stuff and then try it during the show.
So it's funny because when we're doing research on you, I remember, we've had we're all major fans, but there's not a voluminous amount of stuff in the way of, a lot of interviews and things like that. I mean, to me, it's always been, or at least the perception we have is that stand-up is the core thing for you. I mean, I know you're a musician as well. You do, you're also a painter and do artwork and stuff. But at the core of it is stand-up comedy your main and ultimate focus all the time?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, like I said, I drink the coffee.
Yeah.
And I owe a lot of my career to coffee. I have to tell you.
Coffee has been integral.
And if I might want to fool around with the guitar or just paint a little bit, but most of my mind is coming up with stuff. I'll write stuff down, and it's not even jokes or anything. I'll just write anything down. I love words. I like to write stuff.
Right. Where's home for you now, Stephen? Are you still on the East Coast?
Yeah, I live in Carlisle, Massachusetts.
And so born and raised in that area?
Yeah, I was born in Burlington, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Yeah.
Nice.
I was born in Mount Auburn Hospital. And about 10 years ago, I went into the hospital, and I wanted to go into the room that I was born in. So I went up and I said, "Where's the room?" And they said, "Oh, it's an operating room now." But they brought me to it, so I was standing outside the room I was born in.
That's wild.
I wanted to go in there. I wanted to call my mother from that room. I wanted to say, "Remember where we met?"
This is where we met.
I love it.
That's where I am. I'm in that room.
Well,
yeah.
You mentioned your mother, and I don't, again, these things pop up online. You don't know if this is true or not, but did your dad indirectly work with NASA at one point?
He worked for a company called iTech in Burlington, in the town we lived in, and that company would test things that were going to go up on the Apollo. They weren't NASA directly, but they would send stuff there, and they would put it through all these tests so that it could, go through the whole system there. So, he would bring me in. One time he brought me in on a Saturday. The place was closed, and he showed me a camera that was going to go up to the moon on the Apollo.
That's cool.
It was all wrapped in plastic. It looked like the size of a refrigerator. I mean, it was an incredible experience to have your father doing that.
So
that's awesome.
That is super cool. We're perpetually fascinated by the NASA and the space program and all that stuff. But I with what he was doing and your parents in general, when you first made the call decades ago to pursue a career in comedy, was that met warmly or with resistance?
I never said to them I wanted to do it. I never said to anyone I wanted to do it. I thought if I talked about it, it would jinx it.
Yeah.
But when I started doing it, my father would come, he'd come many times. And I remember one time he said to me, maybe you should like something, get a real job, maybe. He only said that one time, but he was looking out for my best interests.
Were you doing anything at the time to make ends meet besides comedy, just to, put a few bucks in your pocket?
Yes, I was doing comedy at night, and in the day I was working at the MIT had a bookstore, like a store for all the students to buy clothes and all their equipment and everything. And I worked in there. I ran the cash register.
Wow, that must have been pretty wild being around and in that environment.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a store, It was just like, but, it was like then when I made enough money to pay the rent, like just barely, then I left that job.
Okay. All right.
It's wild. Also,
Makes
another
sense.
fun fact, you've done some voiceover work in your life, too, and I forgot, I was watching over the weekend, they had Reservoir Dogs on.
Mm-hmm.
You are the voice of the DJ in Reservoir Dogs, correct?
Yes, very fortunate to be in that, too, yeah. Quentin Tarantino's first movie. the editor was a friend of mine, and she suggested me to him, and then he liked the idea, so that's how I got in there.
That's pretty cool.
It's a groundbreaking movie.
Yeah, absolutely. And do the roles still come up from time to time? I mean, I remember you in So I Married an Axe Murder and Natural Born Killers and so on.
Yeah, not as much. I just did this voiceover for an HBO thing, something Island. I can't remember the name of it.
Chillin' Island. Chillin' Island.
Yeah. That was fascinating because it was just the way they did that. They were very creative. It was what I was saying and what you were seeing was just all of it was surreal.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. What is it?
Thank you.
What is the basis of what is the series about, Chillin' Island? Because it
was like these famous rapper guys who I didn't even know who they were, and they're walking around out in the desert with a couple of other people, and it's just you should look at it. It's
okay.
And I'm doing voiceover, and I'm commenting what they're doing, or I'm talking about something that has nothing to do with what they're doing. It was a very bizarre thing.
Yeah, the reviews are really good.
People were fun.
Yeah, the reviews are solid. The reviews are solid. So yeah, it's or at least the advances are is pretty amazing. So I'd not heard of it until this interview. So I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's on HBO apparently.
Yes.
All right, well, Stephen, you got the gig. It's at the Keswick Theater on Thursday night. Just wanted to kind of help get the word out because like we said, we're definitely fans. And people get tickets at keswicktheater.com. So we're looking forward to a great night here in Philly.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Good talking to you again.
All right, you too. Thank you, man. Take care. Stephen Wright, guys. He's awesome. I remember when he first hit the scene. I might have seen. I don't think I caught him on the Tonight Show, but I think I saw him on like Rodney Dangerfield's.
How many Stephen Wright jokes were you repeating to friends?
Dude, everybody was. And just his deadpan delivery and his one-liners, because he had
that's what it was.
He had a series of these one-liners, just boom, 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 and they were great.
And it was wild. You if you have seen him more than on one occasion, you'll see audience members yell out.
Mm-hmm.
There was a joke somebody yelled out about the fire plug or the on the street, the
hydrants,
fire hydrant. And his joke was, I worked at a fire hydrant factory. We couldn't park anywhere near it.
Right.
That's one so it's kind of a weird thing from his perspective to, well, they already know the punchline, and so you'd have to kind of adapt.
The best was seeing him almost laugh. When he would start to break,
right,
and he had to really reel it in, and the audience knew he was trying to laugh, and they would start laughing, and he would have to kind of steel himself, and then get back into the groove of things. I always loved it when that happened.
Is pretty wild.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, we should take a break because we have more guests on the way.
Yes,
we have a whole series of guests that are coming up. A reminder that it is a Tattoosday. And we have a chance for you to win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. Text the word tattoo to 39333. And you just might win. It's a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. But that's not all.
No!
If you call now, we'll give you this amazing offer. Actually, it is an amazing offer. And it is a chance for you to see Clerks 3, the convenience tour, with Kevin Smith in attendance tomorrow night at the Keswick Theater.
Come on.
And we'll take caller number 22. And we'll give you those tickets, 215-263-WMMR. It is sold out. Of course, we're buds with Kevin Smith, so we have tickets.
Yes.
All right, so caller number 22. You'll be able to go tomorrow night at the Keswick Theater, see the movie, the Q&A with Kevin Smith in attendance afterwards. That's a pretty sweet deal.
And he Q&A's like a mofo.
A to Z continues. We are in the L's. Find out what is next, and we have more guests on the way. Stay with us.
This guy's not going to do, he's not a threat. So, yeah, like, it's always the people that don't have the ailment that I'm talking about that get mad.
Do you ever get hit up for, do scripts come your way for? Yeah. And what's the most bizarre you've gotten sent your way?
Oh, my God.
Because, you had, when the Hervé Villachez story was being done, right?
Well, yeah, because that's Dinklage, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
He produced it.
He's the Dinklage is the top guy. I hate Peter Dinklage. It's strictly jealousy. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a delightful human being, but he's in everything. If they made a movie and called it the Brad Williams story, it would be starring Peter Dinklage. It's madness.
What's the craziest thing you've been offered? Yeah.
Well, the craziest thing I was ever offered, and I actually did it. So this one dude wrote me and said, hey, I'm doing a horror film, and I need you to be like a monster or whatever.
Really?
And I was like, all right, cool. And I had to sit in the chair. They put the mold all around me. You have to sit there for however many minutes.
It's claustrophobic, right?
Yeah, so the mold sets. It's really kind of scary. And then you do it, and then he goes, okay, this could be the monster mold. And I did the film. It's like some low budget independent.
Yeah.
It's nothing anyone's seen. What I didn't know is that the guy took the mold and sold it to somebody who turned me into a sex toy.
Are you kidding?
That is
There's a Brad Williams sex doll?
Yes. Well, not anymore because I sued them.
Were you flattered?
Unbelievable.
Were you slightly flattered?
Slightly flattered, but like, dude, it was freaky because someone gave me the website.
Did you get one at least before you sued him? Because you could literally go F yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. My wife could have something to do while I was gone. But yeah, like I looked at this website. It was me. It was me. And I just thought to myself, like, how weird is this gonna be if someone on the street who bought this sees me walking the other way and just goes, whoa, like, and it just like has this weird reaction. I'm like, why are you acting like that? He's like, I usually put my penis somewhere on you. That's great.
Was it being marketed as Brad Williams? Or?
No,
I'm sure not. Yeah.
No, it was marketed as like a midget sex toy. Like, this is how you could bang a dwarf. And
What
I'm
a
just
world!
Like,
Wow.
yeah, and
What
I'm just
a
like,
world.
wow. So yeah, I had to get my legal team involved in that.
Brad, what were they going for? Do you know? I'm just curious.
It was like $125. It was like an expensive sex toy.
Wow.
I once was asked to play in a charity golf tournament, and I thought, absolutely great. I'll go play in the charity golf tournament, and I do. And they had these golf carts that had the names of all the celebrities on the golf carts. So I'm walking, and it's like it's Bill Engvall was in it, and like some guy from Greece, not John Travolta. So who the hell cares? And then I see my golf cart. It says Wee Man on the golf cart.
No way.
Yeah, it says Wee Man on the golf cart. And at first I was pissed. And then the group I was playing with start walking towards me going, oh, we're so glad we got Wee Man. All our friends got lame celebrities. We got Wee Man. I'm like, oh God, now I got it.
Yep.
Now I can't be like, you actually did get a lame celebrity. So I faked it. I faked being Wee Man because I thought, these guys are giving a lot of money to charity.
Sure.
Let's make sure they have a good time. So like I faked it. I started saying I was Wee Man. Then we get to this hole that's sponsored by Hooters, because if you play in these charity golf tournaments, there's always the holes that are sponsored by different restaurants, corporations, whatever. So the hole is sponsored by Hooters. It's a bunch of girls. They're the Hooters girls. They have the wings and beer and stuff. And we walk up, and this Hooters waitress sees me and goes, "That's not Wee Man."
Wow.
And everyone, and I'm like, wait, what? No, I'm Wee Man. Like, yeah, because now this has gone down to like 12, 14 holes. Like, I can't like just suddenly turn around. So I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I'm Wee Man. And she goes, no, that's not Wee Man. I had sex with Wee Man.
Oh, God.
You are not Wee Man. And I'm like, what? So I run up to her.
Oh, my God.
I grab her by the wrist, and I kind of explain to her the situation. And I'm like, hey, I know I'm not Wee Man. These guys are doing it for charity. Think I am. The freaking charity thought I was.
Yeah.
Like, so it's on them. This is not me trying to do this. Just play along. And I peeled her off like $40 because when you give $40 to a Hooters waitress, they'll do anything.
So did she immediately? Was she receptive to it? Or did you have to work her?
She immediately flipped around. I was like, oh, okay, totally get it. And then she's like, never mind. I was wrong. Wee Man. And I thought, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Because she's, first of all, she blatantly just yelled out in front of a group of strangers, I had sex with a midget. And then a few minutes later says that to the same strangers, I had sex with a midget and forgot which midget it was. So that's kudos to her.
Yeah, that's worth $40.
That's worth $40 just for that moment. But then,
oh my God,
here's the best part.
All right,
it's not done. Here's the best part. I like so now the problem is solved, and now the guys are like all teeing off, and I go to the back and I kind of go to her, and go, hey, so you had sex with a wee man? And she goes, yeah, I had sex with a wee man. And she goes, here, he came in the restaurant. He chatted me up, and it was good. I recognized him, and then we had a little fun. And then she goes, here, I'll show you a picture. And she busts out the picture, and she shows me the picture, and I look at the picture, and I go, that's my dwarf friend Sean.
Oh, yes!
That's not Wee Man.
That's not
She
Wee
did
Man.
not have sex with Wee Man. She had sex with Sean.
I like Kevin Costner, so I'm sticking to. You know what he's doing? He does the voice of the dog in The Art of Racing in the Rain, that new movie coming out.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. What's that about?
So it's one of these endless series of stories like a dog's purpose of dogs. I'm a sucker for all of them, but this is another. You're hearing the dog's thoughts. Right. And Milo Ventimiglia, and who is the girl from Mean Girls?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I love her to death.
Amanda Seyfried.
Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
And so it's actually my wife's favorite book. But I kept seeing the commercial. I'm like, I know that voice. I know that voice. It's Kevin Costner.
Cool.
I would love to see what they're actually thinking.
Why don't you lick her butt? Go ahead.
Never mind.
No, you'd love to see what? Is it about the dog thing?
Yeah.
All right, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep-
It's the
move on.
story of a dog and his thoughts.
Lick her butt. Go ahead, lick it. You'll love it.
I licked mine. I love that.
Hey, where do you want to go for dinner, buddy? Doesn't matter. I eat frozen turds. So when are you going to lick her ass?
Get off that!
Lick her butt already.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
All right.
I love you, man. I know you're getting up there in years. Yeah. Did you lick her butt yet? Because that's really a lot of what dogs think about.
That's what they do. They love it. Yeah.
Hey, I just ate some tampons.
Oh, my God. Dude, we eventually...
I know.
It's finally stopped in our house. We finally got a trash can with a little closing lid on the top of it.
Right. They're predators.
For the bathroom.
If they're going to rip a rabbit to pieces in your yard,
yeah, exactly.
A tampon's like a buffet.
Oh, my cats can get into those trash cans.
Oh, really?
I have to put the heavy tissue box holder on top of the trash can with the lid.
No kidding. Okay.
Pets are so fun and
Aren't
cute.
they? Aren't they adorable?
They're eating your tampons.
Yeah, they rip animals apart in the backyard.
Buddy, is your paw hurt? Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. Did you lick her butt yet?
I have a question for you, Steve.
Lay it on me.
Should I get into the bachelorette stuff here in a little bit, or we can?
We did it as a separate segment.
We can parse it out here if you want. All right, so Jed, pop the question.
All right.
We got the clip here.
Now this is the dummy who is a up and coming musician, and to this point, the only thing he's sold is a dog food jingle.
Hey, that's an accomplishment. That's
it's not even a good dog food jingle.
I would love to see throughout the series when he's talking to the camera and saying, I'm really just looking to find someone that I can fall in love with and all this. And at the end of this going, well, I really did this for my career because I figured it would boost my visibility a little bit.
Right.
That's really what I was doing.
But if you're trying to paint yourself as sort of an emotional, in-touch singer-songwriter, and this is the way you treat this girl, it's not going to really work for you.
Oh, we have his jingle. Marissa just sent over his dog food jingle.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Rain or shine, kind of love like nothing you've seen before.
No. This is for dog food?
It's for dog food.
Okay.
And the dog is waiting.
The dog's what?
The dog's waiting for the master to come home.
Okay.
And it's a high-quality dog food.
Okay. Is the dog wearing something sexy?
Sexy, lingerie, yeah. And has a dildo in one paw.
Okay.
The dog really does deserve the best. So go pick him up some better balls.
And the thing, it's metaphor. Okay, so here's the deal. And his reason for doing the commercial is real, because this is the food that he's been eating at home himself, because the career's not going well. Man, I love this stuff. You put it on some bread, it's delicious.
And then the last birthday today, our favorite butthole, Hope Solo.
Hope Solo's butthole.
Hope Solo, the goaltender for the women's U.S. soccer team. And then we found out there was a Twitter account called Hope Solo's Butthole because she had posted naked pictures of herself, and apparently you could see that particular part of her body, and somebody took upon that name, and we just thought it was funny.
Our favorite Twitter account. That and Bill Weston's hair.
Do you remember she had, there was some controversy of her being abusive, I think it was?
Yes, to an ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
A family member, too, right?
Yeah, something along
She
those
beat
lines.
the hell out of like a niece or nephew or something.
I've forgotten, but
Yeah, she was arrested in 2014, charged with 2 misdemeanor counts of assault and in the 4th degree.
Lest I remind you that her butthole has never been arrested.
Not once.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to have to arrest your butthole.
Why? How do you cuff them?
Wait a second. I'm just collateral damage. I didn't do anything.
We're taking this butthole downtown.
Why does anybody talk to me about it?
This is not right. Get my lawyer. What, do you just expect me to pucker up and go along?
Right,
sorry, Mr. Butthole.
Oh, yeah.
Mister.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hope Solo and her butthole.
You guys are just being wacky.
They both turned 38 today.
They're both 38. He's one of the co-creators of the band Mr. Big. Is one of the biggest, most badass guitarists in the world, in my humble opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Mr. Paul Gilbert. I want to explain to some people who may not know the name Paul Gilbert. You have a lot of fans. Most guitarists would know who you are.
Everybody who knows me knows me.
Yeah, exactly, right?
100% of those.
But I've only had one. I was only famous for 2 weeks in 1992. So that's
So, Paul, when I do meet people and we're talking music, and I'll say, well, one of my favorite guitarists knows this guy, Paul Gilbert. If they're a guitarist, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Some people don't, and I have to explain. Okay, so, he was in this band, Mr. Big. Before that, there was this band called Racer X. You may or may not know. Metal, real intense, shredding, crazy, really technical, awesome music. But then I try to explain your solo career as well.
Good luck.
And that's so it's hard to quantify it, because there's elements of blues and jazz and metal and all this stuff. What's a good way to describe your music?
Well, it's still evolving, and the discovery I made was that I really always wanted to be not a guitar player, but a lead singer. Because when I was a kid, those were the records I had. My parents had the Beatles records and Stones and bands that had lead vocalists. And I liked Led Zeppelin because Robert Plant had a great voice. Now, I didn't have a particularly great voice, and that didn't stop me from trying.
Right. But
it also didn't stop me from kind of not doing as well as I would have liked to as a lead singer. So the discovery that I made on this new album.
Yesterday, I had an hour-long drive, so I'm like, this is perfect. I'll put on the A to Z. I'll just dive right into this. And I was meeting some friends to play golf, and so started listening to some really cool tunes I hadn't heard in a while, which is standard of the A to Z. And then on the way back, I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. I'll listen to this on the way home. An hour the other way.
Yeah.
And when I got in the car, it was at the beginning of Inagata Davida.
Oh, my God.
From Iron Butterfly. I hate that song, okay? But I listened to every second of it on the A to Z.
Did it somehow seem better to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And that's why I bring this up. Because it's packaged in this sense, there are some songs, and listen, to quote Pierre Robert, it's all rock and roll, and it's all one of everything. Yeah, but there's songs you like and songs you don't like.
Yeah.
And that's one of them. But I'm like, I'm going to spend the entire 9 minutes or however long that song is and listen to it. And I loved it. It was great.
I always think of the way it was used in the Michael Mann movie Manhunter. You remember in that trippy sequence
near
the end, and it's used to great effect. But I somehow, and I think that's the beauty of still what terrestrial radio does and what we can do, is that when it has a curated feel to it, and you're listening communally, it's kind of a cool thing, and that to me is like, it's going out there into the world at the same time.
Agreed. And that's what I love about it. That's one of the special things about, I think, broadcast radio. And Marcus was on the air, and he was sharing texts that were coming in from around the country of people that are listening. And there was somebody in, some town in Iowa or some I'd never heard of, or maybe it was Alabama, and they were listening to Iron Butterfly, getting a kick out of it. And I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm digging about this whole thing, is everybody's hearing this at the same time.
It's cool. And this list was put together with a lot of work. It's funny, if you want to see Bill, Man About Town, Bill Weston, all you have to do is say, hey, how come you didn't include?
Oh, my God.
And his brain pain will detonate.
Whatever. We're doing the best we can, goddammit.
It's a blessing and a curse that we have access to all this stuff, but and it speaks to how cool it is that people feel a sense of ownership and will suggest songs. So it's cool.
Yeah, most definitely. So we're working our way. Yesterday I had a nice chunk of the eyes. And I was curious as to where we were going to end up today. Nick, you had asked about it last week, and I think that I had said that we were going to be on the J's by the time we got here.
You said J's because James was sitting behind you, the listener, and he was excited that you started the word with J. Yeah,
but no, here we are in the L's, which is a nice big chunky category to go through on the Back to School A to Z, and obviously that will continue on, and it goes on for days. We never know when the hell it's going to end because it's just this little adventure that we go on, and we'll find out where we end up very soon. All right, our guests have just made it into the studio. We always like to meet our guests ahead of time, but sometimes you get sucky weather like this today.
Onto the freeway with us.
Yes, exactly.
On the skill kill.
But we are excited that it's close. They're excited that our friends are here this morning because they are in town on October. Actually, it's now through, the 14th through October 2nd at the Delaware Theater Company. And it is called Here You Come Again. It's this very interesting Dolly Parton tale, sort of, and we're going to get the details. But we want to welcome back to our studio, Mr. Bruce Valanche.
Yes. Here I am.
Nice
Wet and wonderful.
Nice to see you, Bruce. And we're welcoming for the first time, this is Tricia Paoluccio.
Is that the right way to say it, by the way?
It is. You said it right.
Thank you. It's very rare that I get it right on the first shot. So consider this a win already. All right. So, Bruce, you guys wrote this together? Both
We
of you
did, and with her husband, who was also our director.
Okay. And as I said, it's a Dolly Parton-esque story. It's really about a guy who got help.
It's about a guy who's a kind of a comic who never was. He's in his 40s. He's gay. He's working as a waiter at a comedy club in New York. The pandemic hits. The club closes. His relationship breaks up. He goes to quarantine in the attic of his parents' home in Longview, Texas, where he has an intense, intimate relationship with his imaginary friend, Dolly Parton.
So do you know what this puts me in mind of? It puts me in mind of the Woody Allen Play It Again, Sam, where it's sort of
where Bogart is always on his shoulder.
Bogart's on his shoulder.
It certainly is an homage.
I love
it has
this.
that kind of stuff, yeah.
And that someone is, because we just talked about music and how music can, during the times when we're at our lowest, also when we're obviously joyous, but that using Dolly Parton as a conduit to get through to the other side, basically, correct?
Well, exactly right. Yeah. But I mean, Woody's thing started with his passion for Bogart,
Yeah.
And this started with Tricia's passion for Dolly. She has been a Dolly.
Yeah,
so she was in 9 to 5, the musical, in the Dolly part. She's had Dolly on the brain since she was a tiny Paoluccio.
Stand By Your Man, too, you did, right? With the Tammy Wynette?
I did. I played 14 different characters, and one of them was Dolly Parton, so Gabe asked me to audition for that. I normally don't work with Gabe, but I said, okay, I'll audition for this because I want to play that little
And
Dolly
he's
Parton.
your husband.
That's my husband.
Director, yeah.
Yes. And so I did get to play Dolly Parton at the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville, a long time ago. And so that was the first time
And Dolly was aware of you. Dolly was aware of...
She was supposed to come to that show, actually, but then 9/11 hit. It was right at 9/11, so everything kind of went,
Right,
But so I don't really know. She is aware of our show. She watched our Zoom and read our script. And
well, I've written for her over the years. I was part of the writing team of her ill-fated Sunday night variety show.
I remember this. Were you called in sort of?
I was called in. I was part of the rescue team that was called in. After it kind of went belly up, and then we came in.
It was less than a year, right? I think.
Oh yeah, it was just one season. And we turned it into a kind of a Dolly special every week. She opened Dollywood then. We did a show there. We went to the Grand Ole Opry, went to London, went to Broadway. So, but it kind of like flamed out. And I think I couldn't save it, so I owed her one. And this came along, and I thought,
this is great.
And so she apparently agreed.
Well, you know, Bruce, what was the time frame of that show? When was that?
It was the late 80s.
Late 80s.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I remember the whole, because the build-up, the anticipation. You
Oh, it
have
was huge, yeah.
One of
But,
the
you know, they-
great entertainers getting a variety show, but it's always lightning in a bottle with
Well,
these things.
they wanted her to be Carol Burnett.
Yeah.
And she's not Carol Burnett. I mean, she's always Dolly or
Right.
some variation on Dolly. She's not that kind of an actress or a comedian. And so it was hard to find things, to do. I mean, and also to people to play off her because she's such a distinct personality.
You know, the thing is that at a certain point, I think everyone has to come around and admit just how cool Dolly Parton is. Because Dolly Parton, there used to be sort of this, oh, well, that's sort of hokey or blah, blah, blah. No.
Yeah.
We talk about this all the time. If you look at the volume of music, the amount of songs that she's written, classic songs, her musicianship, her singing, it's undeniable.
We spoke to her probably like 23 years ago or something like that. We've talked to her since then, but I remember asking her, I'm like, Dolly, how many songs have you written? She's like, well, I've written 7,000 and some odd songs. I'm like, kid you not.
The subtitle of the show is How Dolly Saved My Life in 12 Easy Songs.
Yeah.
So, but we had to winnow it down. I mean, it's been 15, 16 songs. Of course, that's a lot for somebody to sing 8 times a week.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Dolly would never do that. So, but there is a tremendous catalog, and I didn't know, she'd want to do it because it's not, her brand. She's got this brand. I mean, and I said, I'm amazed you can do this between curing cancer and staging a moon landing, because what hasn't she done?
Right.
I mean, she wrote a book with James Patterson. She has a cake mix, for Christ's sake. I mean, it's unbelievable what she has.
Get to the book.
She's got what, dog food now? Is that what?
Doggy. Well, she's doggy couture.
Doggy couture.
Doggy
So you
Parton.
can make your doggy into a dolly.
All right.
And it's sold out like in 24 hours. Yeah.
Tricia, Bruce mentioned singing those songs, and so Dolly has a high register. I mean, if you listen to the higher notes of Jolene when she gets up there on that chorus, that's got to be. Are you naturally a soprano or something? Or
I have to tell you, I first heard Dolly Parton when I was a little girl. I'll never forget. I heard it on the radio. I heard "Here You Come Again," and I remember saying, I was at my dad's office, and I remember saying, this song, and it was before, the internet and before we could get lyrics easily. And I remember someone on a computer typing out the lyrics for me of "Here You Come Again," so I could learn that song. And I just simply didn't know that you weren't supposed to copy. So I copied Dolly's vibrato when I was a little girl, and my whole life. So this is not hard for me. I just know how to do it. I learned how to sing because of Dolly Parton. And so even though in my real voice, I don't sound like her, I think I have a lower register.
You do. Yeah.
I can talk like her, and I can sing, and I can hit that vibrato. I don't know. I just memorized
that's
it exactly.
awesome. Just
so.
that little bit. Yeah, I mean, but cause it's such we know that sound, over the course of movies and songs and so on and so forth. You mentioned earlier, Gabe, your husband and director, that he asked you to audition for something back, I guess, in your resume, and you were a little reticent at first. I would imagine that might be kind of difficult. Someone you're involved with who is directing you or criticizing what you might be doing. That could be a volatile sort of minefield to negotiate.
I have to tell you, I have tremendous respect for Gabe, and for all of these years of being married to him, I have really enjoyed hearing actors, the experience with Gabe and talking about what a wonderful director he is. To get to be in the room with him and be directed by him, it is 99% of the time I'm in awe.
What about the 1%?
But the 1%, I have said a couple times in rehearsal, I just don't want you telling me what to do. So that has crept in when I didn't agree with something. But in general, Gabe and I have a very good relationship and friendship, and I do really respect him, and he respects me. So it's been nothing but a pleasure.
Well, you're still together, so obviously
we're still hanging in there. But
there we go.
I just did a long weekend. Dave Matthews Band puts this annual concert on at the Gorge, and I was lucky enough for 4 nights to sleep on Dolly Parton's old tour bus.
Yeah.
Oh, you did that.
Yeah, and it was just, listen, she was in it probably 15 years ago, but there's something really cool about being anywhere that she has ever been. She's a saint, really.
Yeah.
And like the free books program that she has for kids, it's just really remarkable. There's nothing bad you can say about the woman.
No.
I was on that. It was a great bus.
It's a really nice bus.
Whoopi, when Whoopi was doing Hollywood Square, she was afraid to fly, and she would go back and forth in the bus. And
No kidding.
And she rented Dolly's bus. And so when I took a trip with her, of course, when Whoopi goes coast to coast, we stop at Popeye Chicken. Every place we could find one. There are some states where you can't find one. But it was other than that. And we discovered that the driver said this was not the first time he stopped at Popeye Chicken. So I think Dolly may have had a taste.
Bruce, a bucket list spot for both Steve and I is Dollywood. We want to go there someday.
Man.
Never been. I'm sure.
Well,
you have.
when we opened it, when she opened it, she put her family on the payroll. And that's one reason why she did it. We have a joke in the show about it. Every cousin she has, and she has 12 kids, so there are many, many, many cousins and nephews and nieces. They all work there. So it was very small. I mean, the clog dancing was the highlight. that was at noon. The bell rang, and the whole family came out and clogged and danced. Now she's got roller coasters and jet skis, and there's a resort that she's attached to. I mean, it's a whole. Now it's like a nation state.
Now, when I was 20, I was cast. I could have worked there for a summer, and I so wish that I had. I didn't take the job, but I should have, because I would have had some great stories.
Why did you pass her being such a fan?
Because I know. Because it was like summer theater, for me, and so I chose to do Grapes of Wrath, actually. I
Equally as fun. It's basically 9 to 5.
I was Rose of Sharon, so I chose to do that. But I should have. It would have been great stories.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
So what era of Dolly do you cover in the show? Is it just one, or are you kind of this ethereal?
The era of Dolly that I loved the most is when I was a child, so the 80s. I love that era when she was just...
Islands in the Stream and...
Yes, and
9 to 5.
But I feel like Dolly is an ageless being, and so, and I'm certainly not, however old she was when she was like 30. I'm not 30, but I feel like because she's an ageless being, and you don't really know how old people are on stage.
Well,
I'm just an ageless Dolly.
He fell in love with her. Our character Kevin fell in love with her in the 80s when he was a teenager in his parents' attic, and there is a poster of her in that period, which is kind of like how she appears.
Okay,
and we call it "Here You Come Again" because she keeps coming back to him.
I remember
over the years.
I remember Bruce and it was actually there was some country show when I was a kid, and Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton were on, and I remember saying, "Who built that woman?" Because I'm like, "Dear God!" And then, but she was. The thing was, like, right from the get-go, it's something that we all love in people is self-deprecation. And that, and that is such an endearing quality. And the fact that she's managed to keep her head on relatively straight through so many decades is amazing.
She's smart, and she shoots from the hip. I mean, she says it. She sells it like it is. She's very aware of the look. You wouldn't believe how much it costs to look this cheap. And I was arrested last night. I was partially behind bars. She knows her brand. And she's faithful to it, and that's what we wanted to be faithful to it, of course. And she has the right of veto over everything. Everything we do, we send off to her to make sure that it's Dolly kosher.
That's wild.
Are you getting feedback from people who can relate to the main character and seeing a certain guiding light in
well, we haven't
in her music?
No one has really seen the show yet.
Oh, really?
No, this is it. This is the world premiere.
You're going to help us get people into the seat.
Well,
so we haven't opened yet. We're about to start tech rehearsals, so we're very excited to present our show to the Wilmington audience, so we can get that feedback and know what we have here.
The excitement level is high. I'm reading a lot of pre-anticipatory reviews and breakdowns of the show. But is the ultimate goal perhaps a Broadway run or something of that nature?
I think right now what we're doing right now is we have 6 productions around the country slated.
Okay.
There are many, many more theaters that want the show, but we want to see what we have. We want to hone it. I think that the character of Kevin is a very relatable character. He lost everything and has to pivot.
Yeah.
And at least as an artist, so many of my friends and so many people I know had that exact experience. They had to leave New York or where they thought they were going to have their career. They had to go back home. They had to let go of relationships. They had to let go. And so I feel we created a character that's funny and charming. And we love Jameson Stern, who plays the role of Kevin. What a great actor we found in him. But it's a relatable character, and I do think that we did write a show that is truthful to if it could be true that Dolly Parton would visit you in your isolation period during COVID. I really believe this is exactly how, don't you think?
Well, you
I really
remember
believe
she was-
Dolly would be this way to a fan.
She was actually releasing, I don't know if you guys recall, but she was releasing sort of at least weekly sort of inspirational
Yes,
at the
I know.
beginning of COVID.
Yeah.
She was
She
releasing
did.
these sort of and honestly, I don't know who would not be, oh, well, Dolly says it's okay. Well, then it's okay.
And she gave Moderna $1 million.
That's right.
To develop the vaccine.
Looking at pictures of you done up as Dolly,
I know,
Trisha.
who's this? You know, like,
I gotta ask:
where-
do you stuff, or are there basketballs, or what are we talking about? here?
there is so much that I relate to with Dolly Parton. I have to tell you, I really do on a soulful level. But when it comes to her looks, I never wear makeup. I don't care. I don't wear high heels. The most challenging thing is
Here's the secret. I loan her my boobs.
So I have to
the
tell
man
you,
boobs of the century, and it's artful. I stand behind her, but at an angle, it's really, this is theater.
Yeah.
the body is built by our incredible costume designer, Bobby Pierce, who I've known for 20 years. And so, no, that what you see on stage is artifice, but
Well,
so
it's
is Dolly,
astonishing.
so-
It looks seamless. The state of the art. Did either of you see Pam and Tommy, the Hulu series?
Oh, yeah.
What they did in recreating Pamela Anderson, Pamela Lee at the time, that was all press. There are full blown nude scenes. I could not discern. Both my wife and I were sitting there saying, "Where does she end and the thing begin?" Because you couldn't tell.
Pretty great. They won the Emmy for that, by the way. Not even joking.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, they won the makeup award for there was one of these categories, non-prosthetics or prosthetics. I don't know what they called it.
Yeah, the talking
but there were like
penis
3
and the
different
boobs.
makeup categories,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
won. And I thought for Pam and Tommy, and then it occurred to me, oh, I get it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Bruce, you've written for a ton of awards.
I
shows.
have. I'm
you
the
done
EGOT of
Emmys?
award show writers. I've written them all.
Yeah.
Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. I have 25 Oscars, 9 Tony shows, a bunch of Emmys.
So you're somewhat of an EGOT guy, then, I
I'm
guess.
an EGOT guy.
Yeah.
I'm Lady EGOT Gaga.
But I mean, you are singularly responsible for some of the most iconic. When I used to love award shows, and they were to me they were you'd have. Entertainment that was really entertaining, and that I don't want to sound like it. I walked 2 miles in the snow to get to school, but they were fun, and there was you were one of the writers and script punching
I
up
was.
people.
And in fact, I wrote your previous guest, Stephen Wright, won an Oscar,
Yes.
He did a short movie, and he won the Short Subject Award. And Billy Crystal was hosting, and Steve came backstage, and we all looked at each other and said, "Can you believe this?"
It's amazing.
I said to Billy, "Make a short movie." Well, it's Academy Award winner Stephen Wright for the rest of his life.
I think Stephen Wright actually said in his speech, if I recall correctly, he says, I'm glad we cut out those needless 51 minutes.
Exactly right.
Wow. No, that's cool. So this is the world premiere.
Yes.
Bruce, you've been at this forever. So I
did a world premiere here, a Sign of the Times, which was Petula Clark music, and we had a great time doing it. We had a fabulous. The audiences are terrific, and I love this theater.
Any level at this point with all you were both seasoned performers. Is nervousness even an issue, or is it just you just want it to be the best you can be?
I think that we're at a delicate moment in our rehearsal process right now. We're just about to start tech. We've just memorized our show.
Right.
There's a lot to deal with when we head into tech. But I think we're feeling pretty confident and excited that we have this opportunity we're going to present our whole show before we start cutting, because we want to see what the audiences respond to. We want to know what songs work, what don't, what doesn't work. So we're really looking at this as an opportunity to see what we have and see what the audiences think.
And you go into what I call the alpha state, which is like everything else dissolves around you and you're just focusing on the show. So if you're not as nervous so much as you just are focused on the thing. And I mean, I was talking on the way up here I asked if we'd heard back from somebody on a proposal I put out, and they said, no, it was Labor Day weekend. And I said, oh, it was? I had no idea. We were in rehearsal. I don't know. There was a holiday.
Yeah. I have a really interesting experience when when I'm about to do this show, of not feeling nervous. I almost don't think. I really just, my only goal is to try to be as transparent as possible to let Dolly come through, and she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
So it's a very strange experience.
Because she's really good.
I'm not. She's so good. On the other hand, I'm a mixed bag. But I really, that's my experience as an actor playing this part. Is I really just get out of the way and I try to let her shine through, and that's my number one goal. Is I really want the audience to feel like they got to be with Dolly for 100 minutes.
That's awesome.
Trisha, this is probably a random weird question, but are you friends with Rosie O'Donnell?
I am.
She commented on a post that you had recently, and it just seemed like a personal comment. It was congratulations to you and Gabe, your husband, for putting this out. And so where did that friendship come from?
I did a Broadway production of Fiddler on the Roof, and she came in and she played the mother, and she was wonderful, and we became very close friends, and we've remained close over the years, and she has been very supportive of this show, and
she's a massive theater fan.
She is.
I wrote the Tony Awards that she hosted.
Right.
Yeah.
Twice, I think.
And she actually read our script and really thought it was a little gem. And I actually think of Rosie in this show a little bit because her love of Barbara. It's as if Rosie was quarantining in her attic and Barbara Streisand, So that's kind of the feeling. Can you imagine what she would experience? And she's a comedian, of course. And so anyway, it's been really nice to have her support.
Cool. Excellent. Well, you're going to get lots of support from people coming out to see this show. It's going to be opening September 14th through October 2nd, Delaware Theater Company. And you can look into getting your tickets at delawaretheater.org. And it's called Here You Come Again. And it sounds like a lot of fun.
I love the idea.
Really cool. And great music, obviously. So we're looking forward to tremendous success in this, guys. Thanks for coming back.
Oh,
today.
thank you so much.
Pleasure to be here. Our ark is outside. We have room for 2 more animals, and you choose amongst yourselves.
We got a couple of them here. Thank you, guys. Bruce Valanche and Tricia Paluccio on the show. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I think like a really challenging vocal, like the "Hey, Mama said the way you move," which with my little falsetto is not so great.
Right.
But you play it on guitar, and suddenly those notes are there. And it's just, it's my responsibility to get them right, but at least I can hit them.
Well, I was mentioning to you the song "Let That Battery Die," which is on the new album, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, it sounds like someone singing.
Yeah, well, that's how I wrote the tunes, was that I would have a lyric, and, the initial lyrics for that were like, what was it? My battery is low, but my mind is high. And, again, I'm squeaking it out.
Yeah.
But with the guitar, I can get a lot of control and a nice tone. And so for the first time in my life, I'm actually able to connect my inner melodic generator with an instrument that functions.
Can you give us a little of the Rocky you were playing before, the Rocky theme?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
The YouTube thing you mentioned is amazing. I grew up with albums, so I never expected to communicate with the world that way. And I do have to mention one. If you in YouTube, there's one where I was doing a clinic and I had this little loop pedal, and I decided to put like the most scary, frightening shred lick that I could ever do inside the loop pedal. So I just pressed the button and it goes, And I would pretend to play with my teeth, and then I would press that button, and the whole audience was like, "Oh my God!" and so of course
he's playing with his teeth.
Yeah, he was playing sweep picking with his teeth. How did he do that? And it was a guitar clinic, so everybody raised their hands and goes like, "How did you do that with your teeth?" And I said, "Well, it's pretty impressive to do sweep picking with your teeth, but I said it's really impressive to do it with your ass."
Oh, yes.
And then I just wiped the guitar,
That's
on
great.
my backside.
Yeah.
And I'm still a fan of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Aerosmith and the regular rock bands. And so now I can step on stage and really be the lead singer via my guitar.
Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school, the schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something, she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
This kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean?
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old. killed.
No,
These
the
old
standard thing would be, "Prithee, good ma'am, wouldst thou takest me?"
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
Don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as as an insulting thing. That's a way to
your own fault for going on this morning, right? That's crazy. All right, our next guest is on to speak about a show that's going to be on tonight, 8 o'clock on Fox, and it is called Who Really Killed Michael Jackson. And if you've ever watched TMZ, you certainly know this gentleman. Please welcome Mr. Harvey Levin to the program today. Harvey!
Hey, guys.
Hey, man. So, all right, how long has this been in the works, man? Because this, obviously, this story's been around for quite some time and didn't know some of the details behind this.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working on this for months and months, but really years. I mean, we broke the story of Michael Jackson's death, and we started looking at why. And, initially, it seemed, pretty neat and tidy that you could say Conrad Murray, the doctor who was at his bedside when he died, is responsible for Michael's death. This is so not the story. It is so not the story. This was a quarter century in the making.
All right, so
Michael was hooked on drugs since 1984. I don't know if you guys remember back, but he had a horrible accident during the shooting of a Pepsi commercial where his scalp got burned.
Yeah.
And they put him on opioids. But the thing is, they never took him off it. And then some doctors started realizing, we can ingratiate ourselves with Michael and be around a big celebrity and even get other celebrity patients as a result. And they would do that and just keep fueling his addiction. And they did this for 25 years.
So in this case, Harvey, and I finally saw the Elvis movie over the weekend, and I'm a big fan of This Is Elvis and other documentaries. Brian Wilson, all these people, as you say, have had these suckerfish type doctors that attach to them and give them whatever they need, and so in a way they can help raise their own profile and benefit. So you're right, Conrad Murray was sort of isolated as the beginning and end of the story. He was the one providing the propofol to Michael Jackson. You're saying there were more doctors outside outside of that story that we're not familiar with?
Numerous doctors, but I'll tell you, there's one guy, his name is Arnie Klein, and he was a Beverly Hills dermatologist, real famous. Arnie Klein fueled Michael Jackson with Demerol every single day for 3 hours at a time, almost every day in the months leading up to his death. Debbie Rowe, who is Michael's ex-wife and the mother of two of his kids, actually went on camera. She's never spoken before. She would not talk about Michael, but Debbie Rowe worked for Arnie Klein for 27 years. That's how she met Michael. And she talks on camera about what he used to do in that office. And it was to a point, exactly what you just said, where a celebrity would call up and say, I'm having a party on Saturday night. Could we get some party drugs? And they would invite Arnie Klein to the party, which is what he wanted. And then when you'd show up at the party, there'd be 90 Percocet in a candy dish. And she talks about this and even says, starts sobbing and says, I don't know how many people died because of what happened in this office, and she felt partly responsible. But it is shocking, and you're so right, that they use this as cred to get other clients, to get other patients.
You think back, I was watching a recent documentary, Brian Wilson being driven around, and one of the absolute a genius, Michael Jackson.
I saw that, by the way. It was really good.
It's really good, but you have a guy who's been rendered almost, in so many ways, just parts of him have been shut off by the medication and the doctor, the quote unquote doctor that was caring for him, and you wonder how might Michael Jackson's life had played out if he had not been this medical experiment for these horrible doctors.
Well, and it's interesting because in spite of a lot of this, I mean, when you look at Thriller, that came out after he became addicted. So, and so many other things he did. So it's almost miraculous that he was able to produce what he produced, given his
No, yeah, I remember.
It only got worse over time.
Seeing the footage, This Is It was the documentary. He was, gearing up for that run of shows, I guess, at the O2 Arena, and all that preparation. And This Is It is basically rehearsals leading up to that. And if you watch that, you're just dumbfounded at how, amazing the ability to bring it on stage, knowing how drugged up he was.
Well, let me just say something about that, because we get into this. He wasn't amazing on stage for This Is It in the rehearsals.
Really?
He was struggling. There was no way he was going to do this tour. He was at death's door. And you know what? There were a lot of people in the company that produced this that knew it. And we got depositions of these executives, and they had sent emails around talking about Michael looking like death, despondent, drunk, just out of his head.
Wow.
And yet they kept pushing him. These depositions are just unbelievable as you watch them say, I don't remember sending that. Well, how could they possibly not remember some of the things you're going to hear? It's shocking.
Hey, as far as you know, was there ever any attempts to get sober?
Yes. The family tried a couple of times, tried an intervention, and it didn't work. And I really understand why that didn't happen, because here you've got the family trying, but then you got doctors that are enabling him. They continue to. And when Michael died, he had 19 different aliases he used to get drugs from various doctors. So they were all using these aliases, and Michael was eventually kind of manipulating things with these doctors, but he was doing it because he was so hopelessly addicted, and addicted because, these doctors fueled it.
Is there, Harvey, with all this stuff opening up and with this Dr. Klein and so on, is there any way to look at, legally into what they were doing? Are there any ramifications that other people might face besides Murray did?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that too much time has passed. This is, I think if there's any statute of limitations on involuntary manslaughter, but I don't know that I don't know that there's a legal connection in that sense. Right. But when you watch this, you're going to understand how late to the game Conrad Murray was.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. It's fascinating stuff. So that's on at 8 o'clock tonight at Fox. You guys are diving deep into this stuff. Thanks, Harvey. We appreciate it. We'll check it out.
Hey, thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
You got to take care. Harvey Levin, guys, from TMZ. So I didn't know he was like a legal columnist for the LA Times and stuff. So.
Yeah, for the longest time. And obviously, depending on how you feel about TMZ, some people consider it, horrible, and other people, consider it a valid gossip or entertainment news source.
I like some of it, and some of it I don't like.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
And I think he was.
Because every now and then they break some real stuff, and you're like, okay,
they do.
That's real news. And then other times it's like, really, man?
Seems a little predatory.
Yeah.
But that said, with stuff like this, they tend to do a good job. But I mean, you remember, they reported, having, so you just had your colonoscopy, Preston. I know you're going to be getting it.
Yeah.
They gave you propofol.
Yeah.
They said there were bottles of propofol in his, like a whole medical refrigerator, and that he would basically get an IV of propofol to go to sleep at night. I mean,
it knocks you out.
You're living as a
flat out
zombie.
knocks you out.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, I got some B-file stories, so let's dive in.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll start with something on the disturbing side out of Cumberland County, Pennsylvania. And I need to see if there was a follow-up, because I got this story over the weekend. But on this past week, a mysterious pool of confirmed human blood was spotted in a neighborhood, and there are still no answers. A neighbor, a guy named Paul Kennes, said, I'm in shock. He's lived in this neighborhood for 5 years. He said, I don't know what to think about this. The chief of police, Christopher Rubenstein, said that we have no signs of that a crime was committed. Police are calling it a peculiar case.
It's just a pool of blood.
Yeah, so Rubenstein said, all we can say about the amount of blood at this time is that it lends itself to the revelation of a very serious injury having occurred. A 4 by 7 foot pool of blood was found in the parking lot exit of Silver Springs Courtyard's Retirement Center on Saturday morning. Another pool of blood later on was only feet away in the grass. And police also located a pair of black Ray-Ban prescription glasses near the area, a new piece of potential evidence.
So there's the big pool and then the kiddie pool. And then
the chief said, we have at this time been able to account for all the residents of the retirement center. There was nobody found and there were no other signs other than a pair of glasses.
So weird.
The question remaining for neighbors is this a crime scene or the scene of a serious accident in a typically very safe neighborhood? So officials are trying to narrow down the 8-hour window, believing that the incident happened between 11 p.m. Friday and 7 a.m. Saturday. So it's just this weird pull. They think somebody was really hurt. Is there a follow-up on
Yeah,
this?
do you want the update?
Yeah, sure.
So it is human blood. They said that a man contacted them, I guess, after seeing the report and told them that he fell and he hit his head after suffering a medical issue. He was walking home from a football game on Friday night. He was able to get home and treat the injury, but it was his blood from his head.
Yeah, how do you bleed that much? And not go to the hospital? All right. Hey. Okay. Solved. Case solved. Case
We
closed.
should have one of those, give me the current affair.
Yeah, that one would actually work. All right. Case
Wait.
solved.
Wait, where is it?
Can you say it again, President?
He can't find it yet. All right. Ready? Case solved.
I don't. Where the freak is it?
I don't have it.
Oh my God, I'm so mad. It
It's
might
okay.
be.
Hang on.
I'm.
He's so good with them
I
that
normally
we're used to
Okay,
getting
I
it
got it, I got
last
it.
second. All right. Case closed.
Case closed.
All right, how about this? Security video shows the shocking moment that an amorous couple having sex in their car were busted by 3 thieves. The incident occurred in Brazil with surveillance footage subsequently shared to Twitter. Night vision video shows the 3 thieves approaching the white vehicle parked on a quiet suburban street. The trio violently pry open 3 of the car's doors in an attempt to jump in
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
and make a quick getaway. But they're startled by the not-so autoerotic activities going on inside. The lust lovers were completely naked, splayed out across the back seat, and partway through their steamy sex
That's
session.
not what you call a defensive posture.
However, the brazen carjackers didn't let romance thwart their thievery, with one of the robbers pulling the pair out of the car and pushing them onto the road.
Hey, we're having sex.
They were left standing stark naked in the street before the thieves threw their clothing onto the road, jumped into the vehicle, and then sped off into the night. So they at least threw their clothes to them.
We got to come up with a good story.
The lovebirds were subsequently seen sheepishly putting their clothes back on, appearing stunned by what just occurred. It's unclear whether the carjackers were later apprehended, and it's also unclear who posted the surveillance footage to Twitter.
Even if you're a carjacker,
come on,
go to another car. Have some respect.
All right, how about this? A man trying to smoke out a woodchuck from a hole caused a fire in an area that spread to plastic culverts and a tree.
Trying to smoke this woodchuck out of the ground there, and I set the fire, and it got out of hand.
The black smoke billowing behind a barn.
They get into everything, and I figured I'd just make this little effort to try to get the woodchuck on and burn down the whole goddamn block.
Behind a barn recently caught the attention of conservation officer Ben Shively, who was
called up Ben.
Was responding to another call. Shively advised central dispatch of the smoke, then went to investigate the situation.
Big old fat old Shively.
And he found a man behind the barn who said he was trying to smoke out a woodchuck from a hole.
You've had... Can you think of the countless stories like woodchucks and bees and people incinerating things?
Mm-hmm. The woodchuck hole is next to a plastic culvert tubes that were stacked in weeds next to a tree. The smoke bomb caught the weeds on fire and the flames spread to the culverts in the tree.
Oh, dear.
Shively used his backpack water tank to prevent the fire from spreading to the barn until the fire department arrived on the scene and extinguished.
Finally going to get to use that backpack water pack.
Had this thing for 5 years.
Bought it off of that Amazon.
All right, and then one more story. That's it. Okay. An angler found out the hard way that just because marijuana is legal in Michigan, you can't consume it anywhere you want. Officers with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources cited a man recently after he blatantly smoked marijuana in front of them and blew the smoke in one of the officers' faces. Officer Joseph Deepin and Officer Brad Sillery were at a public launch, and they were checking with anglers who were using the area. The officers came across a man, asked him for his fishing license. As the man was retrieving it, he started smoking a joint in front of the COs. Deppin reported asking the man, "So you are really going to smoke marijuana right in front of me?" And listen to this. The man took a hit. He then exhaled the smoke into his face and said, "It's legal, bro." He was then issued a citation for consumption of marijuana in public. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, even though it may be legal, you can't smoke it everywhere.
You know, there are
That
more
is the
arrests
case.
for pot. All the areas where it's legal, I think, because of this very situation, Preston. Yeah. People are confused as to whether or not what they can do with it.
Supposed to do that at home, friend. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break and come back and test your knowledge of today's program. The lesson question is up next. We'll get our trash, we'll get our music news, and more. Stay with us.
It's just, we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server? What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so it's going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
It'd be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a 2C warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like
Let me see.
Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. So they don't see that outside the bubble.
right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yeah,
For a
that's what
horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
Wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the the bagel thing.
Yeah.
You know, the
implant.
Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah. I think you should let him off with time served. I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent.
I object!
There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep now.
That would be.
I would watch
be
it.
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear a Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. in just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
but
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
With his law career,
law school,
With this, yeah.
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This
people.
bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
Miley Cyrus, you know about all that went on. Yeah, she is officially living her best life after splitting with husband Liam Hemsworth. Soaking in that post-breakup glow with a potential new fling. The mother's daughter singer and the Hunger Games star called it quits on Saturday after less than 8 months of marriage and many more as a couple. The two announced that they've decided to, quote, focus on themselves and their careers in a joint statement.
The thing that is wild is, I guess about 4 months ago, she said she was bisexual, right? That she enjoyed relationships with women as well. And lo and behold, right? I'm sure you have the information there.
Well, yeah, so she is seemingly taking an on-to-the-next-level approach. As hours before the news broke, she was spotted kissing Caitlyn Carter. Carter recently ended her not-so-real marriage to reality TV star and Kardashian step-sibling Brody Jenner.
Can you imagine?
The two have been vacationing in Lake Como, Italy with Cyrus's sister and were seen packing on the PDA at the Il Sereno Hotel over the weekend, where onlookers said they were not trying to hide it at all.
Oh, this is all happening on Instagram. I've got to follow her, Preston. I'm missing so much.
Are you ready? So
please.
Here is her inspirational message. She wrote,
Do we have music that would...
I think you should cue... this is inspirational, so this is...
Oh, you want
the anthem. So she wrote, don't fight evolution because...
I hear you, bro.
You will never win. Like the mountain I'm standing on top of, which was once underwater, connected with Africa. What? Change is inevitable.
This is my fight song. Take back my life.
All right, and life is a climb, but the view is great.
This is my fight song. Take back my life.
You know what? I think you need a different one. Can you read that line back to me again?
Which one?
The climb one.
Okay.
This is
Life is a climb, but the view is great.
There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move.
That's the name of this song.
You love that song.
I do love this song.
I think that's probably why she wrote it.
Yeah.
So
She's so smart.
Hemsworth, meanwhile, has been the only one in this love square, laying relatively low. He stepped out with his brother Chris in Byron Bay, Australia, where the two picked up some frozen yogurt. So they hit up Froyo.
Hey, you want some yogurt or something? Hey, we'll get frozen yogurt.
But he did break his
silence a little bit. The 29-year-old was, like I said, was hanging out with Chris, and
man, just let me eat my yogurt.
It seems Liam isn't quite ready to jump back in, and Liam told Daily Mail Australia when asked about the split, "You don't understand what it's like. I don't want to talk about it, mate."
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he entered. She seemed like a safe bet, Miley Cyrus, that she would be the wife he had always wanted. But no, listen, the heart wants what the heart wants, Preston. And this heart wanted another chick.
I guess so, right? It's. I was about to say it's so funny, but not funny. It's just
funny.
No,
like I make you laugh.
It's interesting to watch couples in an off again, on again relationship, and you and your friends who know these people know. You know.
Yes.
It's never going to work. It's never going to work. But then one of them goes, "Let's get married."
Yeah.
Now I'm going to be serious about it. This is it. I'm diving in. And they think that is going to be the Band-Aid, that's going to be the big
Oh yeah, the impression of commitment. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have the trappings of commitment. Yeah. Without the commitment.
And then they don't realize after it just goes back to the same old crap, and it didn't.
And there you are eating yogurt with your brother.
Yeah, exactly.
There you are eating froyo with your brother.
It's also funny to watch the reactions because he's laying low, not saying anything, not posting anything on Instagram. Meanwhile, Miley is going nuts on Instagram.
She's finger blasting somebody in Lake Como.
And they're both, she and this Caitlyn girl are both posting a ton of hot photos of themselves. So in order for them to get validation post breakup, they need to post these superficial shots of themselves. Right. Whereas Liam is just like, I'm going to get some frozen yogurt.
And not for anything. Just, I don't know, live your life how you want to live, but maybe be a little respectful of the marriage you just had. Right? I mean, just take a little bit of a breather before you're squatting on each other's faces and pictures on Instagram.
So they were married for roughly 8 months, but they'd been together on and off for more than a decade.
Yeah, a long time.
Anyhow, some question whether their elaborate ceremony in Nihi on Sumba.
This is all made up.
Is this all? Are these real
These
words?
are pretend
Nick?
places.
You're our geographer.
I know places, but yeah, this one's a mystery to me.
In Nihi on Sumba.
How do you spell? How do you spell?
Where'd you get married?
Nihi. How do you spell Nihi?
Nihi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Ehe. That's a town one over.
No.
It's like Shelbyville and Springfield.
What?
That's how they sound in Ehe.
Oh, Nihi Sumba. It's all.
Oh.
All right. Is it an island nation?
Yeah, it's in.
Yeah, it's right next to Nelby Tai Tai.
It's in Indonesia.
Oh, dear Lord.
Nelby and Tata.
Is right next to Nihi on Sumba.
Yeah. Just south of Iso Tai Tai.
Where y'all going? What?
That's the main city.
Yeah.
I'm going into where you're going. Wait.
So people are wondering if their ceremony. I think I'm saying that correctly. Rob decided their library and STEM center in honor, and I am trying to raise funds to complete her dream of a STEM center for students in her building. So that's a nice little.
That is
tribute.
very nice. Yeah.
Very nice, and tying it into the A to Z, I do like that. So if you want to help out with that, it is rlbstem.org. So, Jared, I'm happy to pass that along. So, thanks for reaching out, and terribly sorry to hear about that. In your life.
Horrible, yeah.
It's a nice way to carry on what she loved. So, all right, in the meantime, we're going to ask a lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets as we, the Preston and Steve Show, present Bill Burr Slight Return Friday, September 16th at the Wells Fargo Center. The question that we have to go with, I think I have to. There's a couple of them that I could do here, but how about this? In the grand scheme of life, what do chili cook-offs do? 215-263-WMMR. We might not get a winner on this one. I'm not sure.
But it is. It's true.
In the grand scheme of life, what do chili cook-offs do? And that's from our 6 o'clock hour this morning. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you were listening and you remember and you want to win something. Give us a call right now. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, in the meantime, let's get some stories. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, after a very long hiatus, Survivor will be returning to the BBC for a 16-episode run. The BBC says producing the UK version of Survivor is difficult because the disgusting things the contestants eat are still better than regular British food.
Oh, my God.
Adele celebrating winning an Emmy for her CBS special, Adele One Night Only. Critics immediately jumped online calling her out for award shaming.
Yeah.
And finally, Kelly Clarkson observing the 20th anniversary of her American Idol win. Clarkson took the opportunity to finally admit she sabotaged Justin Guarini by taking a dump in Paula Abdul Saab and blaming it on him.
Whoa.
That's your Hollywood track.
All right, thank you very much. God, 20 years ago?
20 years.
That American Idol debuted? That's insane. Well, had no idea. All right, so we're looking for an answer to this question. In the grand scheme of life, what do chili cook-offs do? 215-263-WMMR's number. Remember, you had to have been listening in order to possibly get an answer to the question. So, yeah, like I said, I didn't think anybody was going to get this. We'll go to Dan. Hey, Dan.
Hey,
Hey, in the grand scheme of life, what do chili cook-offs do?
cause gas.
Well, that might be true, but it's not what was said on the show. So I'm sorry, that's incorrect. All right, we'll go to Greg next. All right, Greg, you there?
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of life, what do chili cook-offs do?
They come and go.
Yeah, there you go. You know, chili cook-offs come and go. But the Malibu chili cook-off
is forever.
It's here forever. All right, and since Greg got it right, we are going to give him a pair of tickets to see Bill Burr. Woo! We're presenting this show's Slight Return Friday, September 16th at the Wells Fargo Center. Is this from A League of Their Own?
Yes.
And tickets are on sale now via wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we had a nice recap of all of this earlier this morning, but I will definitely reiterate that the Foo Fighters performed for the first time since Taylor Hawkins' tragic March passing on Saturday, taking over Wembley Stadium in England for a star-studded tribute to the musician. They were joined by a huge roster of musicians at the concert, from Hawkins' self-proclaimed idols to artists he made music with outside of his main band. And among those who performed were Rush, Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson of Rush, Brian May and Roger Taylor from Queen, AC/DC's Brian Johnson, Liam Gallagher, Travis Barker, and a host of others. In fact, there were unexpected reunions. Them Crooked Vultures got back together. The James Gang got back together.
I mean, come on.
And a big surprise, Paul McCartney performed. He and Chrissie Hynde did some stuff together. So there were a number of people there, including members of the band's own family. Shane Hawkins and Olivia Grohl each spent time on stage.
What's the lineup like for the L.A. part 2 of this?
Yeah, there's...
I find it...
It's pretty similar.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, good.
As in some of the same people?
Oh,
or?
a lot of the same people.
Oh, no kidding.
Well, that's cool because I thought, man, how are they going to top?
No, and Steve, I mean, it's still 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away. But,
Sure. So you could get a Corey Feldman coming in.
You know, you never know.
Yeah.
Special guest. But the basic lineup is relatively similar.
But they managed to cram
One of the
in.
things that Taylor specifically said is, don't have Corey Feldman there. Because he's terrible!
Paul was angry that they went forward with that.
He said specifically.
So, yeah.
Gene Simmons is going to be there.
Gene will be there?
Yeah.
Okay. I could imagine he was definitely a Kiss fan for sure.
Would the owner of a black Acura please come to the security booth? Your headlights are on.
Jesus.
Everybody's got to have a role.
I'm looking at some of the people of the names that I don't see that were on this one, like Chad Smith. The Chili Peppers had a gig that night here in Philadelphia, so Chad Smith will be there. Nikki Sixx, Nick had said, Gene Simmons. Pink will be performing. Leanne Rimes. Alanis Morissette, of course, he played in Alanis' touring band.
Yeah.
So a few extras are going to be on board. Miley Cyrus is going to do the American version as well.
Did you say Nancy Wilson?
I did not.
Okay, yeah. So she's on. And then, but just like in London, you get Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson, and that's just amazing.
Wow.
I think Marissa might have put a list next to you, Preston, of somebody.
No.
Oh,
there's a love note.
A love note.
Well, no, it's the same exact thing he was looking at.
I think you're cute. This note, Marissa just handed this thing.
Yeah, no, that's respectable. It's and honestly, I think Alanis needs to be there, so this is cool.
Oh, yeah. So some of the songs, there was a 50-song playlist. Liam Gallagher played with Foo Fighters. They did Live Forever, among other songs. I'll just mention one or two. Chevy Metal did a bunch of different songs. That was his cover band. The Wolfgang Van Halen came and did On Fire and Hot for Teacher. And them Crooked Vultures did a cover of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, among other songs. You also had the Pretenders did Brass in Pocket and Precious and a bunch of songs. James Gang did Walk Away and Funk 49. Brian Johnson, Lars Ulrich, and Foo Fighters did Back in Black, among the others, and Let There Be Rock. And Stuart Copeland got up and played Next to You and Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. Getty and Alex with Dave went through the Overture from 2112, and they did Working Man.
Had to be cool.
And then they did YYZ with Omar Hakim on drums. Roger Taylor and Brian May, along with Lucas Spiller, did We Will Rock You. I'm in Love with My Car with Rufus Taylor. You know, just a bunch of great performances. And when Foo Fighters got together collectively with a rotating list of drummers, they did Times Like These, All My Life, The Pretender, Monkey Wrench, Learn to Fly These Days, Best of You. And they closed out with my hero, Shane Hawkins, on drums. It was Taylor's son, and then they went into Everlong, and that was the last song. But Paul McCartney and Chrissy Hine did Oh Darlin', and Paul did Helter Skelter as well.
He said, why don't you do it with Chrissy? I'm like, oh, she was in The Pretenders. She'll be fun. She's terrible!
I guess Paul, in his older age, now knows that he can
say what he wants.
He can say what he wants.
With impunity.
And he does. It does not matter. And
He doesn't care anymore.
You better perform well, man, or hell hath no fury.
Paul don't care.
Paul don't care. PDC.
50 years older than her. It looks like her face is melting!
So I don't know. I don't know. No, don't get Pierre.
So it's available on Paramount Plus, though, right now?
Yes, sir.
In segments? Well, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
Yep. Marissa handed me a note that says, want to hang out after the show? Check yes or no.
Do you like her?
So I checked yes.
I think he likes her.
Right. By the way, speaking of Dave Grohl, Nirvana have won the lawsuit filed against them by Spencer Eldon, who was the baby featured on the cover of the band's 1991 album Nevermind.
This always seemed like a thin lawsuit.
Oh, God, yeah. After the judge dismissed the case for a third and final time.
Take a hint.
Originally filed the lawsuit in August 2021, claiming that the iconic cover image is child pornography and seeks $150,000 in damages. The band's representative said that Eldon had spent 3 decades profiting from his celebrity as the self-anointed Nirvana baby. Dave and Chris Novoselic had dismissed Eldon's case as not serious. On Friday, September 3rd, U.S. District Judge Fernando Alguin had in Los Angeles wrote an 8-page ruling saying that Spencer Eldon waited too long to file a lawsuit claiming that Nirvana sexually exploited him based on a 10-year statute of limitations. And it was pretty easy to see that he was just looking for a money
It's a money grab, yeah.
Eldon has filed 3 versions of his complaint, and Alguin the dismissal prevents him from filing a 4th. So that is done.
I wonder what happens, though, as far as the court cases, the court costs of the people he went after, because
sometimes they'll stick the person who filed the complaint with the bill on that.
It was absurd that he's like, this guy would walk into the bar and you go, dude, nice penis on your baby picture.
Yeah. No,
Baby penis.
What?
Why
do we have that?
We have that.
Baby penis.
Wow.
We needed that for so long.
It's from Family Guy.
Yeah.
Apparently. I have one last story. Ozzy Osbourne will perform the halftime show Thursday at LA's. What?
SoFi Stadium. Yeah. I was thinking you were doing Super Bowl, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, no. The NFL kicks off on Thursday
at
night.
the SoFi Stadium. So it'll be the Rams are playing the Bills.
It's great to be here at the Super Bowl.
And Ozzy's latest album, Patient Number 9, drops the next day, September 9th. So he'll be performing on that.
It's Ozzy and Lizzo do the Super Time.
Could you imagine? And that is the last story I have in music news for you. All right, Tattoos Day. Last chance for you to win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. So make sure you text word tattoo to 39333. Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. They're the ones that set us up with this, and they're fantastic. You can find them on South Street, or just do a search at Floating World Tattoos, and you'll get to take a look at their awesome
They're going to do Kathy's official tribal tattoo.
Right? Yep. All right, so we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, and we'll wrap the program up. Stay with us. We'll be back in a sec.
Preston and Steve.
legally binding or not. They might not really be married. Yeah. Okay. So that was a big story.
It sort of rocked my world. Let me ask you this: then you all worked in besides? Did you all work in regular restaurants?
Fast food, yeah.
For servers, is how commonplace is it to on the way from the?
No. Not
Yeah,
the way,
but
we talked about this.
Maybe
on the way back.
Maybe up on the counter.
No, on the way out.
Yeah.
Because the way the kitchen that I worked in, you'd put up, order up, you put it up on a counter.
Like there's a whole plate of fries,
and it was still in the kitchen, so it wasn't. It wasn't in line of sight for the customers, so they could probably grab a fry and eat one on the way out.
It was never that for me.
You never did that?
No, but I
never.
But I sucked all the nitrous out of the whipped cream.
Really?
I watched.
Dude, my waiter just took a dump on our table.
I watched one waitress. She had like 3 or 4 different whipped cream things that just was like cream juice because it had no nitrogen. What's going on here? These are all broken.
Do you remember?
Dripping out.
I don't know. I have no idea what's going on here. That's messed up there.
Casey, at a place called the Coffee. You remember the Coffee Beanery?
Yeah.
All right, so the same thing happened. I wanted whipped cream on hot chocolate.
Oh my God.
The guy's like, he's going through the cans. I said to him, what are the odds that 6 cans of whipped cream have no propellant in them?
And Steve, did you know that when you do nitrous, it's like sulfur hexafluoride?
Yeah. It makes your voice sound like this. Did you folks like some espresso?
Just a side note, that stuff killed brain cells so fast.
Oh my God.
It was so stupid.
Dude, also, I watch people in the parking lot doing these things and walking at the same time. Rule number 1, sit down first. Because you're going to fall and smash your face into a parking block.
I gotta get to surgery. I'm a neurosurgeon.
Preston, you know that thing that you got me where you can stick your phone in the vents of your air conditioner?
Yes.
I saw somebody that has.
That's how you heat up your chicken?
No, Steve, it's even more ridiculous than that. And he listens to the show. I'm not going to out you, but he has one of these things that goes into the vent that you put in
air freshener.
No, barbecue sauce or honey and mustard or something like a chicken nugget.
He has like a caddy?
Get out of here.
I swear to God.
I like that.
Right up here?
I like that.
Because
that's great.
It's exactly what it looked like.
It's like having a Fixins bar on your dashboard.
And I made a joke about it, like, hey, I can't believe you have a barbecue sauce holder here. He goes, yeah, I found it on, it was like, ad on Instagram. I was like, that's actually what this is.
Steve, that's like getting a limited edition, like Jeep or something. This is a Roy Rogers.
Right, Roy Rogers. Look at this. The Signal squirts horsey sauce. Yeah, the rear view, Preston. It's like you're milking a cow.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like that?
In 7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one. Maybe it's there's
one
it's the one way out. Where
I know
we
where
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're
but
talking
the girl who
Valley of Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a second. What just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
Blink recently shared a new song called Happy Days.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, the track follows Blame It On My Youth and Generational Divide is the third offering from the trio's new LP, which is tentatively titled Bajmir. Somebody wrote, they texted this, and it says their album is Rim Job Backwards. I thought that was the name of Rim Job Backwards was the name of the album. No, Bajmir is Rim Job spelled backwards.
Oh, what? There we go. Thank you. We would not have known that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Bajmir. Or you can name an album Rim Job Backwards.
Would it sound that way if you took?
I doubt it.
Reversed it. I don't think it would.
Yeah, let's all say
try it?
We could.
Yes.
So just say clearly, say rim job.
Can you record it and play backwards or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right.
Okay, so Casey will record that.
All right.
Reverse it, and we'll see what that sounds like. All right. Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir. There's a little in there, but Bajmir. Now let me say that forward.
And see if it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Bajmir.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. See if it comes back as
Try
rim.
that. Go here and.
Rim job.
We're scientists.
Rim job.
Do it again. Do it again. You can even do it better.
Rim job. Rim job.
We are ready to transmit.
Bajmir. Rim job.
The aliens are about to transmit a message. Rim job.
Play it again, Casey. Rim job.
Wow. You really got that in there.
I love our
And now the envoy from Neptune is about to speak.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
It's
like you've just met in the jungle. Rim job.
Rim job.
You.
That's my favorite one.
Rim job.
It's a
Rim job.
Rim job. You like rim job.
Rim.
Rim job.
Rim.
Why did that?
I don't know why it's stopping.
Me? Neither.
Rim job.
Rouge job. You tongue to cream butthole.
At the end, I go.
Rim job.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's definitely
Rim
enough
job.
That's the natural gagging.
Rim job. Job. Someone wants to point out that we've won awards.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I know.
True.
That
Yeah.
doesn't mean they can't rescind them.
Yeah.
What?
Do you get the spicy chicken at the Chick-fil-A, or do you just get the regular chicken?
I have gotten the spicy before.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like there.
Oh, dear God. I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
Are you coming out right now?
I'm coming out.
I mean, Pride Month ended
Mom,
yesterday.
can we
Did it end
talk?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
June.
June.
All right, anyway,
Okay,
I was
what-
just joking. Go
I'm a
ahead.
spicy chicken guy. Oh, no.
But I just wanted to let this be known that Wendy's.
Thank you to Stephen Wright, who was on today. He's at the Keswick Theater on Thursday. Nice talk to him. We also have Bruce Valanche and actress Trisha Paluccio, and they are presenting Here You Come Again. It's this interesting Dolly Parton thing, and it's at the Delaware Theater Company. It's going to be around for a couple of weeks starting September 14th. And Harvey Levin from TMZ was on to talk about who really killed Michael Jackson. That's a special. It's on Fox tonight at 8 o'clock. And
I'll be watching.
I know you will. And thank you to a special appearance by Jackie Bam Bam this morning. Jackie, and our announcement this morning is that Jackie is going to be joining Casey for Casey's Big Adventure as the two of them drive across the country starting on the 19th. They're going to be leaving from here, and they drive all the way to Los Angeles, and we will be chronicling every bit of that live on the air, and we'll see how it goes.
We're going to have to send them off in fine fashion on that morning, and then let them loose. But the first day is your longest straight-through travel, right? You're trying to cover a lot of ground early, which I think is a smart move.
It's going to be a 12 to 13-hour drive.
Yeah,
Yeah, driving to St.
without
Louis.
stops. you
Yep.
know.
Except to shave. He's going to shave your entire
What if
body.
I need to go to the bathroom?
Yeah. Well, we'll bring a cooler for you to pee in or poop.
So we're getting ourselves set for that. So it was nice to have Jackie on to tell us that he could get the bass player of Cinderella for an interview when they get to Los Angeles.
It's in the new monster movie.
Pierre Robert's here. Hey, man.
So you're leaving on Monday the 19th now, and you're coming back that Saturday.
Yeah, red-eyeing it back Saturday into Sunday.
So when I came out here in the original Minerva microbus, I was under, of course, I waited too long, and then I was under a crunch to get here to meet friends that were helping us move, and I had to do it really quick in 5 days or something like that, 6 days, and it was everything I didn't want a trip across the country to be because of how, I stopped and picked up a hitchhiker who I later met in the middle of New York City, oddly enough.
Interesting.
Just turned around a corner and there the guy was. But Bob Richards, was that his name? I don't know. Anyway, and he helped me drive for a while. And I brought one plant that's still alive today.
Wow. What was it, a sequoia?
It was a redwood tree. It's now where I live, in that redwood tree. Just a sapling then.
It's amazing.
The plant is still alive. I don't know how, but what I was going to recommend is that you start like 3 or 4 days earlier. So what it did was all the reasons you've wanted to drive around the country is the same reasons I want to drive across country. If you started like on Friday, I know you want to do it during the show, or on Thursday, the week before, you could not kill yourself in the process. You could have a more leisurely drive and do the things you want to do by driving across the country instead of running to hit all these field posts or whatever you call them, signposts. And I don't know. What do you think? Take another couple days. Start earlier so you don't have to
Let's
kill
make it
yourself.
2 weeks.
You want to make it a 2 week
I
trip?
think
All right,
that's a
let's do
fine
2
idea.
weeks.
But if you're starting on a Monday and you've got to hit a red eye on Saturday, that's a brutal drive that you're putting yourself in for. I'm just going to warn you in advance. It might be challenging. But if you started like on the Friday before or the Thursday before, you could still do it during the show, check in during the weekend, and then have yourself a little more leisurely journey.
It's a little too late for that.
Never too late. Absolutely could be done.
Yeah.
It could be done, but you may have already committed to this other path, but you probably could change it. Just a recommendation.
Yeah,
What
we
shape
just-
you arrive in on Sunday will not be pretty. I'll tell you that.
Probably not, but it's all going to be worth it.
Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. Remember when they go in those cartoon shows into the forest and the trees go, "You'll be sorry," and of course your company is something else altogether.
We'll be all right.
It's the exact opposite of Chuck D'Amico. You're going with. I can't believe you're going with him. It's so great.
It's going to be good.
No, it's going to be good.
Even if it's bad, it's going to be good.
No, it's going to be great. I just recommend you start 3 or 4 days earlier so you don't kill yourself.
Well, maybe we get.
You want to leave during the show if you left the Friday before.
So come in that Wednesday before, the week before, and if you feel like, I'm going to go today, just go.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, can you get that car here? I'll just take my car.
You can do it. It'll work. Bam Bam and Casey.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be an afternoon show.
Well, they'll be checking in with you.
Yeah.
You know, throughout the
I'll
thing.
be on vacation that week.
Oh, will you?
Yeah, sadly, they won't be checking in with
Oh,
me.
bummer.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you get for not consulting me before.
Apparently, we made a huge mistake.
That's all right. It happens.
Well, we need the letter if you're ready.
Yeah.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
M as in miracle.
All right, and we have a Paizik round barbecue and fire pit kit from Landis Block. And Landis Block, you can start imagining your own backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery, and you can find that online at landisbc.com. And we will give that away on Friday, which is awesome. Before we find out what's coming up on your program, Pierre, we have to give away our Tattoos Day prize.
Oh, God, it's Tuesday.
Yep, we've taken the text messages all morning long, and we have a winner. It's Eric Paraskevas of Sewell, New Jersey. And Eric, you're the owner of a brand new Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo, and that is courtesy of our friends from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, giving you a $350 gift certificate. And check them out. Floating World Tattoo and Piercing is 1729 South Street. They're great people. And for artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. What's up with the program today?
More A to Z. We're in the letter L, are we?
We are.
All right. So lots of L's and also the Shinedown tickets. I have great seats for Shinedown and I believe a meet and greet with the lads coming up this Sunday. So stay with us.
Good people. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow, the program, let's see, Wednesday, So Secret Text Word, Fox Good Day, and also a couple of great guests. We love Gary Goldman.
Yeah, Gary's
He'll
great.
be on the show. And we love Kevin Smith.
Yay!
He will be on the show getting ready for his Q&A tomorrow night for Clerks 3. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, Friday. Bye-bye.